Guys, this miniature has been asking for paint. I can't help it, okay? I know I'm working on another project at the same time, but I figured, we can work on multiple things. We can paint both the Space Wolves. So I'm working on a Terminator right now that I put in the shelf for a little bit. We can work on the Space Wolf Terminator and then also the Death Guard at the same time. What I've done for this mini so far, yeah, exactly, multiple tasks, multiple games, multiple minis. What I've done with this mini so far is build it, which I did on Wednesday. I have a couple of sub-assemblies, so I've got the head separate from the body, and then we also have the base with a little Nurgling sitting right over here. This is a really fun mini. There's also a little Nurgling actually on his shoulder piece right over there, which I think is also gonna look really fun. Anyways, I've been wanting to paint this ever since I built it, so I figured, you know what? We can do multiple projects at the same time. Who cares? It'll be fun. So what I did is I built it, I primed it with black, and then I used the airbrush to get a little bit of paint. Death Guard green all over it.
Hope everyone having a good day. Loco, am I committed yet? And for chat,
dude, 82 months. 82 months is a very long time, good sir. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm using a little bit of Athonian camo shade. How lovely is that? I've diluted it a bunch, just to try and make sure that we don't get anything too crazy here. But the plan is to try and just mostly do this all over. Emphasize it near the bottom, as per usual. Hey, thank you very much, man. 82 months is a long time. To be subscribed to this, you know, this shit show over here. WWW indeed. The most beautiful W's. Thank you, Maskcaller. I want to use the shade mostly towards the recesses, but also kind of just all over. These are fun minis, man. This reminds me a little bit of the Harbinger of Decay that I painted last year. Even though this is Warhammer 40k and that one is Age of Sigmar, it is still a Nurgly mini, right? A little bit of Nurgling. Papa Nurgle is my favorite, probably my favorite Chaos God if I were to pick a favorite. Want to make it quite a dirty armor. I think it'll be fun. Papa Nurgle is always a nice guy. Everybody knows that. After this, we're gonna do some StarCraft. And then after that, we're gonna do some Warcraft. That's the plan. You guys doing anything fun on Friday? Or is everybody just kind of pretending to work on Friday? Or maybe procrastinating studying or whatever? What MMR did I get up to? I'm not sure, dude. I'm not really playing for MMR at the moment, although I really am liking human so far in Warcraft 3. I don't really want to put any pressure on myself and, you know, aim for a certain MMR because I know I'm gonna get tilted. But I'm just having fun. I'm just playing. And so far, it's going pretty well, I think. I've only done about maybe 5 days, 6 days of playing human. And obviously everything's very new. But it's fun. I'm really, really liking human. I think human is my favorite race up to this point in Warcraft 3. Maybe it'll change though. You finally have a normal workday, nothing's happening? Okay. So a little bit of stream watching, huh? Smart, smart, smart. Have you been streaming much yourself, Beinster? feel like I haven't seen your name in my followed list lately, but I haven't been going to Twitch as much other than for streaming myself lately. I've changed my early morning schedules a little bit. Soon you'll be a Pala rifle enjoyer? No, I don't really like the idea of Pala rifle very much. I'm trying to play Macro mostly, but... So make sure this shading doesn't pull in any crazy recesses. I couldn't really easily do a whole lot of sub-assemblies on this guy. So some of these parts are going to be a little bit tricky to paint, but it'll be good practice. Last month was a 224-hour work mania. Your computer is completely useless? I see, I see. Fair enough, dude. So you haven't been able to play any games? Oh no. A gameless month. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hey, Sharps! Thank you for the support, welcome. Hope you're not having a gameless month, Sharps. I don't think I've ever not played games for a month. Not that I remember anyways. Maybe, well, obviously when I was a baby, but ever since we got our first family computer, I've been gaming pretty hard. A lot of cool details on this model. We'll discover them as we go around, I guess. You cheat using the GeForce Now service? I see, I see. Is that the cloud gaming thingamajig? It's the cloud gaming stuff. How is that these days? I haven't heard about that in ages. People were very excited for it when it got first announced, but I feel like that's also about the last time that I heard of it. I'm mixing a little bit of Lamia medium, by the way, with my my shade paint, especially for the first pass. It's all right, but it doesn't support all publishers. I see, I see. This guy has hoofs, dude. At least it looks like hoofs. Kind of funky. Yeah, some of these parts are going to be very tricky to paint. I've been painting a lot with sub-assemblies lately. And this is, other than the head, all in one piece. Well, and I guess the base. I wanted to do sub-assemblies on this guy too, but I just couldn't find any parts that would be easily mixed in, so some of these sections are going to be a little bit tricky to paint, I guess, but... Just have to jam the brush wherever we can reach it. Hey, what's up, Echo? Echo Stil. Hope you're having a nice Friday. I just finished all my my gym workouts for the week, dude. I've started mixing in, and I hate to regret, I regret to tell you guys this, but I started mixing in cardio, chat. Oof. At the gym, oof, man. I figured it was about time. Now that I am old, we have to start mixing in a little bit more physical exercise like that too, rather than just lifting weights. I know. Yeah, I decided to start up another project at the same time. We can do multiple minis at the same time, and we can choose what we want to paint, right? I've never painted a Death Guard before, so I figured it'd be a lot of fun. Because these are really nice looking minis. The new PC you plan on getting is 4,000 euro. Yeah, computer parts are expensive, man. For some reason, the video keeps freezing about 5 seconds after you join the stream. Huh. Is anybody else having issues? Could be on my end, but I haven't changed anything since yesterday. Audio is doing fine. That's very odd. Is anybody else having any issues? No issues on my side on the stream? Okay, fine for me too. Maybe try another browser, Nazu? See if that fixes it? I haven't changed anything since yesterday, so it could obviously be my end. It could also be Twitch. Could also be on your end. But if anybody else is having issues, I can try and see if I can fix it. It's hard to say where like the armor ends and where like the cloth begins. So this is cloth. This over here is cloth. What is this? Does anybody know what these like? What is this? What are these two things? Three things. Are those like patches in the cloth? Can anybody recognize what those weird circular things are? They're patches? Okay. His head is over here. It's a little difficult to see at the moment, but he's being torn by something. It's a really, honestly, this whole model is sick. But it's also kind of fun because of the little nurglings. So there's like a little nurgling over here and then also one on the shoulder pad. It's, I know this is not a particularly popular model. I guess it's not really used for gaming or something. I don't really know, but I've always thought it looked fun. I haven't really seen any videos of anybody painting this. I think it's a bit older too, because the sprue wasn't like the best quality. I had to clean up a lot of little details. But anyways. Shouldn't ruin the fun. As a StarCraft player, you're not used to seeing patches. Ayy. That's not fucking funny, dude. It hurts my feelings. Okay, fine, it is funny. Fine, we'll allow it. I am not 100% decided yet, Horam, how I'm gonna approach everything. I'm not really planning on using the airbrush though for shades, but maybe I will. This backpack is super cool as well, man. A lot of parts here are difficult to reach though. I think what I should do after we're done with like some of the first stage is black out all of the details that I'm not gonna have to paint. Because there's a lot of metallic parts. Need to mix a little bit more of my shade. There's a lot of metallic parts. And also just like a lot of details in general that I'm not really... It's a bit difficult to see for me what needs to be painted with this green and what doesn't need to be painted with the green, I guess. So we'll black out some of the other details. Yeah, I'm using a little bit of a shade paint for this this first step. I think the official recipe is like Death World Forest or some shit, but I don't have that paint, so I'm using this instead. I don't really care. Should be fine. What's going on, Thort? How are you doing today, dude? He's got a little patch right over there. Some of these parts are metallic. I think that all of this is metallic too. This is probably metallic if I were to make a guess. I guess we can just kind of make things whatever we wanted, but... Yeah, some of these parts are going to be kind of painful to paint. Because a lot of these areas are difficult to reach with a brush. We'll just have to make the best of it. I just kind of wanted to start with the armor, I guess. Should be fine. I'll go with a little bit more of the shade mixed in. Make it a little bit stronger. Working a bit, some reports. Ooh, I'm doing good, man. I can't complain. I want to build up this shade quite significantly, especially near the bottom section of these panels. Make them look a little dirtier. I'm gonna clean the brush a little bit. Clean up some of the stuff here in the middle. And soak up a bit of the excess over here. Don't want it to pool too much. A little bit of brush licking achieves a lot of problems, chat. Or it solves a lot of problems, rather. Of course, brush licking never causes issues. I mean, maybe to your health in the long run, but who cares about that? Okay, I care about that, but still. It's got a lot of like pustules all over the place too, man. How lovely is that? I remember Locus saying he would never lick a brush. How young and innocent I was. How naive. No, I did not, Teak. We're just doing a couple different projects. The Space Wolf is miles away from finishing. That'll be a while. No, I figured we can do a couple different projects at the same time. Is this illegal? I don't know. Maybe it's not allowed. It's fun though, like having a couple different projects so we can just kind of pick and choose whatever I feel like painting. Probably about an hour or so, Antiwara says. I'm not exactly sure yet what time. Whenever I'm done painting, really, I don't really follow a super strict schedule for the painting, but I'm guessing about an hour. There's a lot of similar marks on this guy, as on the Harbinger of Decay. I guess all of those things are Nurgle? Like, I'm noticing some of the metallic patterns and stuff, they're all similar. I'm guessing all of that is Nurgle. At least they were similar on the Harbinger of Decay. Yeah, so this is all cloth. Over here we have a little section that is part of his shoulder pad. We have a little section over here that is part of the backpack, I guess. Okay. I'm guessing the shoulder pad trim is gonna not be this color. No. The shoulder pad trim is gonna probably be like a copper. Like maybe a gold. Yeah. That sounds about right to me. So we don't have to worry too much about shading those segments too much. What about the fist? Let's see. Okay. Gotta make sure that I wipe off the brush. Let's soak up some of the excess here in the deepest recesses. Don't want to flood any of these parts. It'll just look ugly. Okay. Dude, deciding which part of the Mini is going to be... It's hard to tell which parts are like part of the backpack and which parts aren't. Because some of this could definitely... So this is a strap for the weapon. I think the weapon casing is also going to be a different color, right? We're not going to do that in green. I should definitely have the reference image open. So this thing is called a Death Guard Space Marine Champion. Yeah. I know that Games Workshop has a reference like image on their website. Yeah, all right. So the glove over here is definitely going to be in green. That'll be very useful, I think, for the backpack in particular, because some of those parts are difficult for me to judge from here. So he's got a lot of green, and it's the same actually for the section over here on the chest. The section underneath here, below all of the piping, apparently is also still going to be green. I guess that makes sense. And I'll also shade the inside, I guess, a little bit, even though most of this is going to be covered up by the time we glue the head in. Should be okay. Can get a little bit of paint like that. The glove over here is obviously going to be in green. But he has a couple of those metallic plates that are all over the glove too, that I'm gonna have to paint separately. Yeah, so most of the backpack over here is actually green. Even though I think you could probably make it whatever color you like. I'm gonna keep it Death Guard green. And it's the same for the sections underneath it, although obviously a lot of it is covered here by the backpack or by the gun. There we go. What about his boots at the front? Even though they kind of look like hooves a little bit. Yeah, he has some pus coming out of it. This is also green in the box art. So this is also a green section, although the pustules are pretty gross looking. Those are going to be probably like a yellowy, purpley yellow, whatever. Nice and gross. Or nice and nice, I guess. as Papa Nurgle would call it. Let's see. I think we'll do one more pass with this. Just to really shade it down quite hard. Okay. This chest piece over here obviously can also be quite well shaded. I think a little bit of color variety over here is not a bad idea. Yeah, the little guy on the shoulder and the little guy on the base, like there's another little dude on the base too that's wearing the guy's helmet. So the dude that I'm painting does not wear his helmet, but this over here I guess is his helmet. We'll paint that part separately at a later time, but it's a very fun mini. Like it's gross, and obviously it's also Warhammer, so it is bloody and all that, but it is a fun bloody miniature. How are you doing, Damir? Yeah, it's the same playlist as when you said it last time, Echo. Exact same playlist. This is the Cinematic Travel playlist. We should rename it to the Echo Steel playlist. A lot of this is gonna take a little bit of time to fully set. It's from Epidemic Sound. You do need like a subscription for it, but it's specifically for like content creators and stuff. I don't know if you can listen to it without a subscription, but I'm more than happy to link it if you like. Maybe they do allow you to listen to it actually without a subscription, I'm not sure. But it's mostly, like it's kind of tricky to play music on streams and stuff and like on YouTube without written permission of the artist. And this is like one of those services that basically gives the guarantee that all of the music on their website is okay for content creators. So you pay a subscription and they pay the artists, which is kind of a cool system. Yeah. Am I the only one who manages to glue the super glue tube to my fingers every time I use it? I have a super glue bottle that I've had for more than a year that's still half full, that super glues the lid to itself, which sounds about as useful as it is. So what I have been doing is using like a pair of pliers to open it, which is about as annoying as it sounds. So far so good. I think this is okay for that shading stage. I'm gonna just move some of these things away. I'm using my trusty bathroom tile again for the painting here, but I do want to switch on over to the regular good old palette. When I open a damn thing, the glue goes all over the tube and then it gets stuck to your fingers. Oh dude, no, I never get it stuck to my fingers. That's the worst. I really don't want to get glue stuck to my fingers. That sucks. Yeah, I know, Miller, but the thing is, I know a lot of streamers that do that. Just because the automatic system does not pick it up doesn't mean that it's legal. Now, most streamers don't give a crap about the legality. Ultimately, I'm not gonna bother, you know. I know it's technically possible to jump through hoops and to basically make sure that for the stream it's okay, but then for the VOD it's not. But it doesn't change the legality of the thing. Now, a lot of streamers don't care, but I don't really want to bother. I'm gonna mix a little bit of Caliban green with, I think, Rhinox, a little bit of Rhinox height. We'll mix these two for like a line shade. No, the Space Wolf is not dead. The Space Wolf is right over here, Crispy. I've been working on some of the transitions there. We have a lot of work yet to do, but today, Papa Nurgle called out to me, you know? You know how he's like. Shake it. Multiple projects, I know. I feel kind of dirty, I'm not gonna lie. I always do one project from start to finish, but this style of painting, where we use mostly glazes and I'm trying to paint, you know, to the best of my abilities for most of the time, it's very time intensive. I think it's kind of fun to use a couple different projects sometimes. Happy Friday, dude. We'll do like a 1-to-1 mix, I guess, of these two for like a very, very dark green, but also kind of like a muddy, dirty green. So we can use a little bit of shading towards the bottom of the panels. Yeah. Especially for some of the larger minis, though. These are all pretty small, but I did get a little bit tired of painting some of the larger projects in the past. Ultimately, this is meant to be fun, right? That's like saying gaming is meant to be fun. I know, cringe. So this is just a very dark green. Trying to apply this to... There's a little bit of fluff on my brush. There we go. Successfully licked it off, gamers. So I'm trying to do this as like a line shade, but then also like a glaze towards the bottom of especially the lower panels. Don't need a ton of this, just a little bit. I kind of feel like this kind of mini though is also like a nice contrast to the Space Wolf, because the Space Wolf is kind of meant to be quite tidy. A lot of careful edge highlighting and stuff, and this is a little bit more Nurgle, you know? It's a little bit more messy. Like if we create any splotches on the armor, it doesn't really matter much. It can actually kind of help sell the effect. Careful edging is also fun sometimes, Crispy. You know what I mean? But there's a time and place for careful edging. We'll have to do some edging on this guy too, though. But these Space Marines have they have a lot of organic parts, I guess. Which is kind of nice. Yeah, I think this is a nice color. It's very dark, but... I think most of the time on Death Guard it's like a coppery metal, right? It's not really gold. Maybe some of them do have gold though, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna have to get a little bit of the Death Guard green as well onto the palette. Smooth out some of these transitions a bit. It's a little harsh at the moment. Okay. That is not bad. I'll add a little bit as well of a glaze towards the tops of, maybe the middle actually, of some of these parts over here. So this is the original base coat that I airbrushed on. Which is a pretty nasty looking green. I don't remember exactly what I used on the Harbinger of Decay. I think I did make notes for it, so I probably have it somewhere, but I think I used I think I used contrast paint for it. I'm not exactly sure. But if I recall correctly, I think I used this. Which I might want to use on this now too, now that I'm thinking about it. Anyway. Not bad. I skipped a panel over here apparently, for some reason. Trying to smooth out a couple of those transitions a little bit. Don't love the knee pad. I think the knee pad looks a little funky. It's got an Ed. Okay. Do want to make it look nice and grimy. It's a bit shiny. It's a bit too shiny for my liking. Not sure what's caused that. Maybe it's the shade paint. Obviously, we can always hit it with a varnish. That would get rid of that, but it looks a little bit more shiny, I feel like, on camera than it actually is, but still looks a bit too shiny for my liking on camera too. Guy does have a lot of metallics all over though, so I have to be a little careful that I don't go and ruin all of the metallics if I hit it with like a very matte varnish. May have to varnish it before painting the metallics. Or I could varnish it with a brush. Maybe that's the way to do it. Okay, let's let that leg dry for a bit. I want to add some more glazes over here to the bottom of the armor. Add a little bit of a color transition there. It's pretty good. May even want to go a little bit brighter on some of these areas too. Especially the top of this this plate armor here. I feel like we could make it brighter than the Death Guard green. There's some nice reflections over here. We'll see. We'll see. It's a nice color green though. It's cool. Let's try and do a little bit on the other leg. Not so easy to reach any of these parts, but there we go. This section over here can be quite dark in general because everything is covered by whatever is above it, the gun and the cloak and whatever. Okay. And there's not a whole lot I can see here from that leg. Gotta be a little careful. Okay, I think that's good enough for that other leg. There are some details over here underneath all of this. Some of these are going to be really tricky. Maybe I should not have glued on the weapon. Like this whole section over here. Maybe I should have just left that separate, but too late for that now. That's been glued in and primed over, and yeah, it's not gonna come loose. We can treat it as a challenge, I suppose. One where I will swear many times in a later live stream when I'm trying to paint over. Many accusations will be thrown at Past Loco for being an idiot. No, I think it'll be okay. But I think we can all agree, Past Loco, absolute idiot. Why did he not just keep those parts separate, eh? Okay, let's try and do a little bit of a color transition as well on the shoulder pad. Only on the green section, not on the trim. Stop hating on content creators like Past Loco, kind of toxic. Yeah, maybe you're not right, yeah. How are you doing, RV? You exist? That's awesome. I exist as well. Happy existence, dude. I mean, so many of these parts are just impossible to see, man. Everything is covered by everything. I guess the advantage, if I would have kept everything separate, it would have been difficult to, like, I could have easily overdone painting some of the details that are going to be covered up later anyways. Copium, but still. I guess that's one advantage. Hashtag Society of Hidden Paint. Right. Normally I am part of the Society of Hidden Paint, but in this instance I feel like I am not. I need a bit of a line shade as well over here in the middle, where his helmet is going to slot in. That is part of the Society of Hidden Paint. You guys have no idea how much paint has been painted and how much effort has been taken by mini painters all over the world with parts that are completely invisible when other parts are glued on top of it. Because sometimes it's also kind of hard to say whether or not something will be covered up later. So you just kind of put in a bit of work. If I know something isn't painted, I'm not going to be happy with your painting, so you always got to get in there. Yeah, that's honestly fair. Ultimately, you paint for yourself, right? Have you been persuaded yet, Refi? Have you been persuaded yet to play, or to paint or play any Warhammer? Or play Pokemon cards? Or just collect Eater? Also very popular. At least in the StarCraft universe. A lot of Pokemon card collectors. A lot of Warhammer painters. James persuaded me to buy a Warhammer novel. Oh, let's fucking go. Which one did you get? I've been reading loads of them, dude. Bro, it's Jonathan with an O at the end. Not with an A. He's gonna be pissed. It's okay, it's okay. I haven't taken a screenshot. Yeah, I've read quite a few Warhammer novels now too. They're so much fun though, dude. Yeah, there's so many. Well, there's also a lot of garbage, but The Infinite and the Divine? Really? That's the one James suggested after not being familiar with Warhammer at all? I haven't read that one yet, but that's about the, I heard The Infinite and the Divine is very good, but it's also a bit niche. Like, it's interesting because most books are written from the perspective of humans. You're reading the Horus Rising, and after 150 pages, you're still waiting for something to happen? Maybe it's not for you, Damir. Haven't you noticed the part about Serjanus? When he went as an envoy to the false emperor? Are you... I was there when Horus slew the emperor, dude. To be fair, Damir, you did begin a story that is ultimately 60 books long. It is a very long story. So, you know, as with most epic fantasy, there's a lot of very slow story progression. Then again, I'm a sucker for those. There's a lot of books in the Warhammer world that they call bolter porn. As in, most of what is going on is just Space Marines using their guns and their bolters shooting at stuff. I personally don't like those. There's a lot of non-stop action. I read one recently, and I don't know, dude. Everything just kind of blurs together to me. I don't really like it very much. Yeah, fair enough, Lizard. I think Aaron Dembski-Bowden is an absolute legend. That's my favorite Warhammer writer, for sure. Dan Abnett is a legend. Graham McNeil is awesome. I heard John French is really good, but I don't know if I've read any of his books. I don't think I have. Yeah, Horus Rising isn't bolter porn, that's for sure. But I kind of like it. But those are more like more like political books, you know? Like there's a lot of I'm boring. But there's a lot of more slowed down, I guess, right? A lot more laid back stuff. I recently read one. Maybe you'll like that better, Damir. It is the first book in the... what's it called? The Iron Warriors Omnibus or whatever. Hansu. I think it's called Hansu. I'm not exactly sure, but Bolter. Bolter. Yes, sorry. Anyways, that's an entire book about a siege. So like the entire book is about the Iron Warriors laying siege to a planet. That's the entire book. Maybe that's more your jam. It is considered to be quite a good introduction to 40k. But there's nothing more than that. A 100 Twitch chatters? Absolutely, dude. What can't 100 Twitch chatters fight? 100 Twitch chatters can take out anything, even a gorilla. Let's assume it's 90 tier 1 subs and 10 tier 3 subs. Oh, easy. I heard tier 3 subs get extra powers. That's just what I've heard now. Trying to add some really deep shading over here in between the fingers of the Power Fist. A 100 Twitch chatters could take out 75 YouTube chatters. I think that's about right, yeah. I asked AI recently, and according to AI, YouTube chatters are more likely to have a regular life, aka are more physically active and like maybe go out a little bit more and like maybe more social and all that, than Twitch chatters. That is what AI said live on stream. Isn't that crazy? I mean, it's probably true, but still. It basically insulted every single one of us. I'm literally so offended, dude. I'm at least messing with those stats, at least on the physical activity side of things. Oh, Melderfrost, jeez. Are you so physically active, dude? Jeez, we get it. No, there's a lot of gym nerds, for sure. There's a lot of bouldering nerds as well, dude. I feel like over the last couple of years, maybe I'm wrong, but at least where I live, it seems like a lot of nerds have picked up some form of climbing, be it bouldering or top rope climbing or whatever. That seems to be the current nerd sport of choice. And it's great. It's really nice. No, I just lift weights these days. I've been lifting weights for like a decade plus. That's all I do. And cardio. I've been doing a lot of cardio. I do push-ups, pull-ups, jack-offs, that sort of thing. Superset. One after another. You heard me. Okay. We got some shading done all over. It's not so bad. Actually quite pleased with all of that. Maybe we can add a little bit more over here onto the glove. What time is it? Okay, it's still pretty early. And before I accidentally find myself painting for 7 hours. Not that I would complain, but we have some GSL games that need to be casted too. It's almost coffee time, absolutely, yeah. I want to tidy up a little bit of the tops of the panels with some of the original base coat. Whoa, hair, sorry, didn't mean to jump scare you. And maybe I should add some scratches as well to like the lower parts of the armor. Because we need a lot of battle damage. We'll brighten all of these up later, but I want to try and see if we can get a couple of scratches through some of these parts that we've painted. Don't know if this is going to be visible already though. Yeah, it might be hard to see. This is just the original base coat that used to be here, but you can have a look real quick at the official box art. Let's see what's going on over there. Okay. What's going on, Techno? Bonjour. We'll highlight all these scratches later with another color. With a brighter color, but may as well start up with some of them. At least in the darkest parts, I think it kind of makes sense to add a little bit. The beginning of battle damage. Loco? Mais oui, c'est moi. Loenko. Bien sûr. I don't even know if any of this is visible. For some reason, this brush doesn't really like the paint running out of the tip. Need a little bit more pressure, but then I'm gonna get ugly scratches. It's very faint, yeah. We'll have to brighten some of them up later. We'll do that when we get to the highlighting part. Little tiny bits here and there. That's kind of fun, good practice. I'm not very good at scratches, so even if they're barely visible, should be good. Same over here on the Power Fist. It's a Chaos Space Marine. Perfect time to add a bunch of scratches. I guess that's true. I guess these guys are always scratched up. I mean, this is very early for scratches though, but a monocle? There's a weird looking space wolf. I know. Feel like you're judging me. Oh, we have a lot of parts that still need to be painted over, Eldretin. I'm just starting with the armor. We can do maybe a tiny little bit of edge highlighting. I'm gonna go with a little bit of the original base coat. I wanna be pretty gentle with some of this before I go too crazy. I'll mix in, what do we mix in? I'll mix in a little bit of this. Not too much. Yeah, Death Guard is very cool. This is a very fun mini. I like this mini a lot. I think it's one of the coolest things I've seen. Nobody seems to paint this guy though. Like, I've looked at videos. Nobody seems to have videos of painting this guy. Maybe it's just not popular in the board gaming part of things or whatever. Yeah, we'll do some soft edge highlighting right now. I've got like a, maybe like a 1-to-1 mix of those two colors. Can probably use the side of the brush on some of these. I need these to be thicker than the sharpest edge highlight. The tricky part is keeping it consistent. Because otherwise it's going to look kind of messy. I think Nicholas Rubens painted this one. I'm not sure if following him would be easy. Okay, I'm not familiar with that name, but I should look it up. Does he do videos or is it mostly like Instagram? Because I know a lot of guys are just on Instagram, but... I mean, it'd be fun to see. He's on Patreon and YouTube? Okay, I see, I see. Maybe I am familiar with him, I just don't recognize the name. This fold over here is going to be metal later. The one right below the knee. His Insta is NRM Paint, really good painter, great for inspiration. Okay, cool. I will check that out for sure. I haven't painted a lot of Nurgle, but Nurgle is definitely one of my favorites. It's fun. Something about Nurgle, dude. Oh, I'll have a look in a second. Something about Nurgle. I would watch that. Nurgle is all about romance. Everybody knows that. Maybe a little bit of disease in there. Yeah. This is kind of a large brush, but it's got a good tip, so I guess it's okay for this. This is the Loco challenge again. These boils are gonna have to be painted separately. I'm not sure what color we should make them. Probably like a dirty yellow. Much like on the Glotkin and stuff. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. I should do a Loco sect, like blood for the blood gods, noob for the game god. I don't know, doctor. I don't know, dude. I figured all the subscribers of the stream were already those cult followers, no? Let's do without it, Techno. Goes a bit far. But I'm glad you're excited. Hey, T-Neon!
The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines soup as a liquid food, often containing pieces of solid food, therefore cornflakes with milk are soup.
I love it. That is great knowledge. Thank you for the resubscription, dude. I'm not really a big cereal guy anymore. I rarely have cereal these days. Am I an old, boring adult? Because of my lack of cereal? Possibly. Okay, leg number 1 is coming in decently well. We should also get this little line that's going across his knee. Why is there a little fluff? Dude, I swear, every time I try to do a smooth line, there's always a piece of fluff right at the very tip of my brush. Cocoa Pops. I don't know if I'm familiar with those. Maybe. I didn't have a lot of cereal growing up. Good enough. No, my mom never really liked cereal very much as a breakfast option. I would eat a lot of yogurts and stuff. How boring. Protein, ugh. How lame. Okay. Ultra processed hyper sweet cereal for the win. I figured in France you would grow up eating croissants every day. Isn't that the standard French breakfast? Coffee, croissant, cigarette. That's how I picture at least 90% of the French population in the morning. Cigarette's the most important part. Maui. Ooh, fresh croissants are amazing. Okay, I think that's it for me for today for painting. I'm pretty happy with this though. We've made quite a bit of good progress. I shaded all of the armor today. And then we started doing some line shades. I did some transitions from like a bright green to a dark green. I tried to smooth out some of those transitions. And I started doing some edge highlighting. And a little bit of scratching. Hard to see, I think, but... yeah, pretty pleased with that. That'll be the end of maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of painting. Not too long. Pretty chill. Let me just go and clean my brushes real quick, though. You can kind of see the scratches. Yeah, it's a little difficult to see, but... I'm gonna go and take a minute to clean the brushes real quick. I'll give you guys a moment together with Lenny. There you go. And I'm also gonna make some, coffee. So I'll be back in a moment. What have Toby and Milo done today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No, they're cats. They do nothing. What is going on, gamers? I know it's very early today. I mentioned this at the end of yesterday's stream, but today I have to head off early too. So I figured we'll do an early stream. That's the plan.
Happy weekend, Lovey.
What is going on, Echo Steel? How are you doing today? Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of miniature painting. Then we're gonna do a little bit of StarCraft casting. Then we're gonna do a little bit of Warcraft 3 laddering. That's the plan. Thank you, Echo. Starting the day off strong. Woo! I started painting this bad boy yesterday. I am pretty happy with how it's coming along so far. I've done the shading on the armor. Obviously, everything else is green. But it's a little difficult to detect what I have done so far. But you can see some transitions onto some of the green armor, especially on this leg over here. And we're gonna continue onwards with that today. We need to do a lot of edging. A lot of edging. Yeah. You just watched the last Warcraft 3 stream on YouTube? Nice. Hope you liked it. So I got a little bit of the same color that I used yesterday again. Gonna try and see if I can get some smooth edges down. I've already done this one, but we can maybe get, especially towards the top, slightly brighter coat all around. But yeah, we'll get to some gaming later today. That's the plan. You see the gradients? Nice. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do all over now. So some of these sections are also obviously going to be a separate color later. Like for example, there's a lot of copper armor that I want to paint on this guy. A lot of little trims and stuff. And all of that is just going to take a bunch of work. So for now, it's a little tricky to see what part is going to be green and what part is not going to be green in the end, but it's okay. We'll paint stuff as we go. Hope you guys are having a nice weekend so far, guys. It's once again Saturday. Can you imagine that? It's like it's been a full week since it was Saturday last time. Isn't that crazy? I think I can use this side of the brush over here. The weekend's awful, you're working? Oh no. You're always working weekends, Mine Stark. Have you forgotten this? I thought that's what you did. It's almost mid-May, yeah. That is also pretty wild, actually. Time's going by. So quickly. Well, this is all very ugly. Not my favorite part. Yeah, time's going by very rapidly here. Okay, I'm gonna have to get some of the original paint out because that is gonna have to be fixed. Luckily, I have the little bottle right next to me. Yeah, it's already mid-May. It is important that these highlights are nice. Yeah, I'm streaming early today, Grimdy. I hope you don't mind it too much. I didn't ask for your permission, but... Hey, soft sea boot. Thank you very much. Next time I'll consider asking your permission, okay? I see there are some Americans though that haven't yet gone to bed. That's how you know it's early. You're feeling icky mentally? Ah, man, that sucks. Hope it clears up during the day, dude. You want to go to the gym? Why am I so early? You can listen to the stream while, you know, you're wearing headphones, Crispy. Yeah, I'm starting early because I'm also ending early today. The alternative was a shorter stream, which is, let's be real, not really an alternative.
Ending early, always slacking off, what's new?
Yo, ending early, always slacking. Yo, is that a casual 100-month resub? From the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you, Wardy. That is an extremely long time. Hope you're doing well. I think that's a decade, exactly. Pretty sure that's how it works. In the metric calendar system. That's how it goes. What is my favorite 40k faction? Ooh, I don't know, dude. My favorite one? I don't really have a favorite 40k faction at the moment. I just recently read the Night Lords books. Now, I think the Night Lords faction in general is pretty dull. But that one changed my mind. That series of books is extremely good. I think that's a very unpopular answer, though, to that question, because nobody ever talks about Night Lords, but... What's going on, JFK? What's going on, Shiny? I do like the Mechanicum, yeah. I like the bad guys in general. There's a lot of overlapping parts on this Mini. I want it to be quite clean, so I think we're gonna have to go back and forth between previous colors quite a lot in order to actually get a nice setup going here. Well, there's a lot of bad guys in 40K, that's true. But some of them at least, you know, pretend that they're the goodies. Some of them pretend that they're not as evil as some of the others. Night Lords is a valid answer? Okay. I've never painted a Night Lord though. I'm not even entirely sure what they look like, but they are really, really well written in that series of books. But maybe I'll have something, maybe I have a different answer next week if you ask me again. I got the GSL replays, by the way, Wardy. They sent them. They're on the folder right now if you haven't seen them yet. The Emperor of Mankind did nothing wrong, guys. Come on. I think we can all agree that he's just got very poor communication skills. I would never indicate heresy here, Joy, I'm sorry. Suggesting that is treason too. No, he doesn't have a head at the moment. His head is not doing too well though. It's extremely bright with this camera, but we will paint that at a later time. I need to open up the reference art again. Because this is a Death Guard. I don't know how the armor is. Hold up. I don't know how the armor fully works. It's difficult to like read what part is going to be what color on this Mini. Okay. Yeah, so indeed the trim over here at the bottom of the chest, this part over here, is going to be metallic. Oh, and apparently, I only just now noticed this. Apparently this part over here is actually part of the armor. I kind of thought this was like a plate hanging off of it. And like a metallic one, but no, apparently it is supposed to also be Death Guard green. In that case, I need to make sure that we shade it a little bit. I don't know if my line shade paint's out right now, but I can grab those in a little bit. Because I did shade the rest of the armor quite dark. We'll do a couple of coats of this stuff first though, and we'll see how it goes. What are you saying, JFK? Did you hear a streamer called Twitch a huge company today? Company today, big win? What? Sorry, what? Yeah, it's a bit early today, Falcon. Okay. I gotta try and get a line as well across the middle of the stomach. I'm hoping that I can use the edge of the brush for this. because it's quite a well sculpted one. I want it to be reasonably thin though. I think it's better to use the tip of the brush, especially near the bottom over here. It's gonna be a little bit tricky, because I have to paint one smooth line. Not bad. It's a little bit jittery. And I think near the top it's now a little bit too thick. But we can fix that. I want to try and integrate it a little bit more into the armor here, so it's not so harsh. I'm not in love with this part over here. I had assumed Twitch was a small company because no one who works there knows me, but now maybe I was mistaken and I do in fact know me. What? You're not really clarifying that much, JFK Zombie, but that's okay. That's okay, dude. I'm glad you're happy. I need this little line over here actually to extend towards the top as well. Okay, not so bad. I also need to make sure that we actually outline these holes all over. What's going on, Kazi Jun? Good morning. I'm gonna add some scratches as well around the armor. Need this to be extremely thin though. Yeah, looks pretty good. I'm not planning on going to TwitchCon personally. I've been to TwitchCon before, even though it's literally in the Netherlands. I don't know, dude. TwitchCon is okay, but... I've been to, I think, 2 TwitchCons before. It's okay. If I would work the event, if there was actually work to do, I would love to go, but... All these parts are extremely tiny. But I think so far so good. Trying to blend out some of these little scratches. What is a Plague Marine? So basically in the story of Warhammer, at the very beginning, so before Warhammer 40k, which is like a it's a timeline. So Warhammer 40k is like the 41st millennium. So basically like 38,000 years in the future. Basically, Warhammer 30k, which is 10,000 years before that, there is this giant moment where a bunch of Chaos gods get in touch with humans and they get persuaded. And there's a bunch of them. One of them is called Nurgle. And the Death Guard, which is one of the, well, used to be human legions, they get in touch with Daddy Nurgle, and he gives them all kinds of additional powers. In this particular instance, it's a lot of plague, it's a lot of disease, it's a lot of nastiness. So that's why there's a lot of cables and tentacles and weird shit going around this particular mini. But that is the TLDR of Warhammer 40k in general. I'm gonna do a scratch over here too, I think. Gotta be brave sometimes with the scratches. Sometimes the brush doesn't want to flow very well. Plague, disease, nastiness. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Or. That's right. That's how it goes. All right, what do we think of the chest? Just gotta add some more scratches, man. A couple of squiggles and scratches here and there. There's a little part over here too. That needs a bit of an outline as well. It's a bit shiny. The whole mini is a bit too shiny for my liking, but I should dump him in non-oil? No, 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 no. That's a terrible suggestion, dude. Okay. Yep, I'm very early today, Alter. It is a hobby of mine, Putrid. Yeah, it's very fun. I very much so enjoy miniature painting. I don't play the tabletop or whatever. I just paint. This trim over here is also going to be metallic. The little crown around the head though, not so much. Little tricky to get a clean line all the way around, but later on the head will mostly cover all of this. I think we can kind of be a bit messy and then tidy it up the other way around instead, with the original base coat going around the sides there. Yeah, I just paint. I just paint. No armies. Apparently that's a little funky. Maybe that's a bit weird, but... Well, I want the paint to still be in the places where I want it to be, Jimmy, if that makes any sense. So even though I don't want it to be too clean, I want it to be controlled dirty. Does that make any sense? I don't know. And I do need these lines to be consistent, you know? Okay. I think we can work with that for the chess piece for now. Okay, so next up we'll do the shoulder piece. Let me look at the reference art. Luckily the reference art for this mini is very good on the website. Okay, so we gotta do a smooth line straight through the center of the shoulder pad. I can probably use the edge of the brush instead, actually. You don't paint or play, but you know about the lore? Yeah, that's cool, dude. Warhammer is a hobby you can enjoy in any way, right? I like the books. I haven't really played a ton of the games, and I also haven't really played the tabletop. But there's a lot of different ways to engage with this. What's going on, Mueller? Hello. We'll work on some of the shading here again in a second, I think. These deep recesses are very easy to shade. So I think it's okay if we kind of overspill a little bit. There we go. A couple of parts over here too, but these are a bit tricky to get paint into. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. You've been cleaning the house for 3.5 hours? Dang. It's very clean now, though. I would imagine, anyways. Maybe you have a huge house. Does every Twitch chatter own a mansion? I'm assuming if you own a mansion now, you have people to do the cleaning for you. Very clean, also very sparkly. Nice. What's the goal of the painting for this one? So I try to basically just make as good a painting as I can for every mini that I do. So I tried to basically, I tried to have a challenge with myself mostly. I don't really have an ultimate goal in mind for painting. I just enjoy the process. And it's been fun to improve in something new, you know? So I've been at this for about a year now. No, a little longer. But it's, I don't know, it's been a blast. It's been really fun. Can we fucking skip this song? I hate this song. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I really enjoy the process of the painting. I feel like most of my hobbies are always digital. Nothing wrong with that, but this is a little bit, you know, a little bit different in that regard. It's nice to have something that is a bit of variety. Painting Eldar Harlequins would be a nice challenge. I don't really like any of the Eldar models that I've seen so far. I know a lot of people love them, but it's not really my jam. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll give them a shot. But I also feel like I've gotten way better at the painting over the last year. And it's just, I don't know, it's just something I've been liking. I will keep it going. At this point, I don't think I'm actually really gonna lose interest anytime soon. Because there's a lot of cool shit to paint, man. A lot of really nice miniatures. I'm not familiar specifically with the Eldar Harlequins though, Rembrandt, so maybe those are sick, I don't know. I haven't really ever looked into Eldar. They have never really sparked my attention so much. But again, I don't paint armies, right? So we just kind of do whatever. If I see one that I really like, it's not like I'm gonna have to paint the whole army. I can just paint one mini. Okay. I think the shoulder highlighting is starting to get there. You're still waiting for me to paint an anime figure? This is basically an anime figure, Falcon. I think there might be a tentacle somewhere. I thought that's what anime was all about. Oh, look here. He's got like a tentacle thing growing out of his head. Ara, am I right? That's a special brand of anime? Okay, now you're anime gatekeeping? That is not cool, dude. Just because I like tentacles in anime doesn't mean that I am a bad guy. Jeez Louise. No, I'm not big into anime. I'm not big into tentacles either, I'm afraid. Okay, some scratching. A little bit of chipping here and there. I don't love that. No, it's okay, it's okay. We can make it a bit sharper with the next stage highlight. Okay, next up, we gotta do the claw, the power fist. Power fist sounds like an anime thing. Or am I wrong? Or is that special brand of anime again? What's good on Diaboli? I am very early today, yeah. Hope you can forgive me. Good morning, Jeffrey. Or evening, rather. No, actually, probably morning. This is a slightly, this is the base coat again. I'd like to tidy all of this up a little bit. What's going on, Ravo? Thank you. Getting these nice clean lines is not that easy, man. Because they're so small. Need a little bit more water, I think, in my paint. This is drying real fast. Now this is a very nice sharp outline here. Should be reasonably straightforward to paint. What should I order for lunch? I don't know, bro. Ordering food for lunch is something I never do. Okay. Work pays for it, so you don't really care? Fair enough. If work pays, that changes things. So at least they make you come in on Saturdays, but they feel at least a little guilty. Noodles with rice too, but you're Asian, so whatever. Just because you're Asian doesn't mean you have to like rice and noodles, bro. And just because you're not Asian doesn't mean you can't like it. I eat rice like 3 times a day these days. I eat a lot of rice lately. Rice is very nice. Yeah, that is a lot of carbs. Carbs on carbs, it's a little much. But a lot of folks don't care much about protein intake. Hey, boom bang!
Rice is life.
Absolutely. I do like rice a lot. Rice cookers are overpowered, man, I'm telling you guys. I eat way more rice than I eat potatoes. That's not very Dutch of me, I will admit. Most folks eat way more potatoes than they would eat rice. All these Death Guard things have like a vertical line across every big panel. There's one on the shoulder, on the chest plate, on the shin. Now we have one over here as well on the fist. These spikes on the fist are a little bit annoying though. Oh yeah, the Netherlands is definitely potato country. I don't care much about splotching onto the spike there. That spike obviously is gonna have to be painted separately anyways. Mostly just trying to get a line around the outside of these scratches here. Anything else is fine. Okay. Oh, we have a lot of potatoes over here, man. It's the same in like Germany. It's a lot of countries. Okay. I think for a first coat, that's not too bad. We have a couple more sections over here too.
That's a fine green dude you've got here, Lowe's. Have a great day.
Thank you, SD. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 26. Yeah, we'll work on something that isn't green in the future on this guy. There's a lot of green though on the Death Guard. All their armor is green. Would you attack, or would you recommend Attack on Titan? Mate, this is how you start a war. But yes, guys in the chat have recommended Attack on Titan many, many, many times. People do tend to like Attack on Titan a lot. I think it's about this like walled city or something that gets attacked by Titans. But I'm not exactly sure. Maybe I'm confusing a couple of them. It's very visceral and dark. Okay. The last two seasons weren't needed. You think the first two are better? Okay. Maybe I should give it a shot. I thought it was a manga. Maybe it's both. The Loco live stream, visceral and dark, dude. 100%. If there's two words I would have to use to describe my live stream, visceral and dark would be the obvious ones. Gotta highlight all of the knuckles. Okay. It started as a manga, like most anime do, and then it got an anime adaptation. Ah, okay. Is that the usual build? Manga first, then anime? I can imagine it's easier, or at least less work to make a manga compared to making a full anime. Or at least you can make a manga by yourself, technically, right? I never hear about anybody saying that they're making their own manga. I understand it's very hard, but sometimes it's novels. Gotcha. Usually people just call that making their own comics. Yeah, makes sense. But I don't really hear a lot about that either. But maybe I just haven't looked about, yeah, I don't know. About 20% are straight up anime? Gotcha. But I'm guessing that's mostly like established studios already, right? That like have the option to try some stuff. Okay. Power Fist is starting to take shape. Definitely need to make sure we get some scratches over here too. Ooh, I can have a look. Let me see. Laurent's sitting outside, she can hear me. Oh no. It is open. Who needs fresh air? Fresh air is overrated. I think we all know that. All right, it's closing right now. She heard about my tentacles? GG. GG, boys. No, thank you. Outside air? Ugh. No, thanks. Okay, it's coming along. Ooh. I just put my brush in my mouth before rinsing it. Paint. Delicious. I love eating paint. There's something about the flavor. It really does it for me. Yummy. There's nothing quite like it. Yeah, it's to sharpen the tip, but also for like the correct level of like moisture. So it sounds silly, but you don't want like an overly wet brush, and you also don't want a fully dry brush. So the perfect reset I have found is to pop it in your mouth. Now, I don't think you actually want to do that necessarily, but it works really well. You sharpen the tip very easily, you get the nice moisture levels. Maybe don't do that though. Okay, and then we have little sections over here of the backpack that are visible. Quite a tricky part, because a lot of this is covered. Do I know what time it is? Is it noon? Almost. Oh, it's not 1 a.m. That's true, Calstar. I've been live for a little bit, man. Just for you, but yet here we are. You forgot all about us. That's okay. Good enough. It's not that easy to get paint on this mini, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Death Guard? Yeah, they are pretty gross. I don't disagree with you, dude. I'm trying to do a really tidy, gross miniature, Meow. So maybe you'll like it better. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. There's a couple of sharp lines over here too. There we go. Just to get a little bit of a color on there. Same for this part. For some of these segments though, it is difficult to see what is supposed to be green in the end and what is supposed to be metallics. I guess we can kind of make it up, but if you look at the backpack, look at the amount of like little... It's not that obvious. I mean, ultimately I can do whatever. No hard and fast rules, but... Just have a techo at one little section at a time. Yeah, these guys are very gross, but that's exactly why people like them. And they're kind of funny too, dude. Like, I mentioned this already, but I really like the... Oh shit, Kelstar, I forgot about that. My W3 Champions thing is still up. Wait. It's the extension thing, but is that from the tournament? Let me have a quick little peek over here. Yeah, I know. And I didn't change it then. I thanked you for reminding me and then I completely forgot about it. My extensions. I will deactivate that part. I think that'll be okay. I could just keep it, it's fine. But I also have a Tempest Rising panel still below my stream that I also need to remove. There we go. Okay. All right. Things are back in the right place, I think. I don't know if people... Oh shit, you've opened 60 Barrows chests over the last month for one Great Axe? It's like a 1 in 17 or so, isn't it? Or maybe even better than that. That is unlucky. Although to be fair, the Great Axe is probably one of the most worthwhile items to get. It's no air rimps, but... Yeah, no, thank you for letting me know, Kelstar. It's 1 in 13. You'll get a double chest soon, I'm sure. Surely. I've played very little World of Warcraft, well that's for sure, but very little RuneScape too. In 2025 so far. Very little RuneScape. Okay. What is my criteria on what I choose to paint? Whatever excites me. If I see a mini that I like the look of, that's my main criterion. That is a bold claim, yeah. A very bold claim indeed. Yeah, I started very early today, Melderfros. I'm also heading off a little early today. I have played at least 3 hours of StarCraft 2, Meow. Maybe 4. I don't want to be too bold. Okay, I think this is the first stage of the edge highlighting done. Actually, no, I say that. We still have one glove to do. He's got these big gloves, but also the tiny one. Can't forget about the small glove. That's a good point, Grimdy. I've done very few hours of StarCraft 3. Oh yeah, no, I'm only doing the green at the moment, SN. We have a lot of other parts that should not be green. But we're doing the green armor first. A lot of people like to do all base coats first and then they go into the next part, but I kind of like finishing one part first, then moving on to another segment. I'm edging up a Death Guard. Yeah, I love edging. I've gotten a lot better at it too over the last year. Still feel like it takes about a decade to get great at it though. Okay, maybe not a decade, but it takes a while. What's going on, Talik? Yeah, dude, where were you? Where were you, Talik? Okay, fine. Okay. Whoa. That was a bit of a smudge. Wiped it off. Oh yeah, we'll do the horn and all that later. I think we'll do like a pretty pale ivory looking horn. But that'll be a while. That's an easy part to paint. Generally, the more recessed parts go first. So anything on like the outer section of the Mini is easier to paint later on. Without smudging anything. I think I've done a bit of damage to this glove when I built the Mini. I may have shaved off a little part of it. Actual battle damage with a knife, dude. Or maybe the sprue was just a little messy, I don't know. People always forget that it takes people to make games. Just because Blizzard has made a lot of RTS games in the past doesn't mean they can just go ahead and whip up one in 2025. Because none of the folks that made those games works at Blizzard. I feel like that's something that's very often forgotten. It takes people to make games, man. It's not companies. That's too early, too late, I don't know. Figured we got some party music in here, apparently. A little bit of chair dancing. We also have this food over here that I never quite finished. Okay, I actually kind of thought we were done with the first stage of highlighting, but I keep finding new segments that still need to be highlighted too. And that doesn't even include the little guy yet on the base, who stole this guy's helmet. Yeah, it's pretty fun, Motherfrost. A lot of variety is possible. He's got 2 pets. There's also a guy over here on the shoulder. You see the little guy? Right over here? He's holding like a smoky ball. Pretty fun. I think all of this is metallic over here. We can try and get a little bit of a highlight as well on some of the back parts here, but good enough, good enough. Some of these parts are also so recessed that it's hard to really get like any paint on there. Okay. I'm gonna go one step brighter. So we have done an edge highlight around every panel. Now I'm gonna do, especially the upwards facing areas and like the sharpest parts, we wanna make sure we get a second color in there. Which is slightly brighter than the previous one. Don't have to do this all over. But I do want to try and emphasize some of these lines. So this is Creek Cocky, if anybody cares. If anybody wants to know. We can also definitely use this to create some extra stripes and stuff, extra scratches. I would like one over here, I think. this little folded piece over here in the front too. Yeah, so this is going to be metallic later. I want these lines to be very thin though. I've got to be a little careful. Don't want any thick smudges anywhere. Okay. Nice. Paint doesn't want to leave the brush. Hype. There we go. Managed to fill in some of this recessed part that I painted previously, that I tried to shade. So I'll have to reapply some of the shading here. Okay. How obvious is the extra color here on that shoulder or on that knee pad over here, or on that whatever shin protector? I think it looks pretty good. We can go one step brighter by maybe like mixing in a bit of white, but let's do a full pass to this color first though, and then we'll go from there. I would like to do a little bit more as well in this recess, just to keep it nice and dark. Same over here. And this one. Tidy up some of that little overspill. Okay. Ever considered having less highlights on the part where you don't want to focus attention? Yes. But I still want to emphasize the sharper edges here. So we're not doing as many highlights on this area, but we still want some. Like obviously I'm considering the light source, right? So the light source for this one is gonna be from the top. And the idea is that we hopefully get most of the highlights to hit the top sections, but I think it's kind of nice to add some all over the place. Okay. The shoulder, or the knee pad rather. I think this leg is pretty much done. At least the bottom section of it. Other than all the pustules. There's a lot of them. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to paint, guys. I don't think there is like a this is right, this is wrong. But I kind of like going from the top to the bottom. But we will add brighter spots primarily towards the top. I don't know if this is Japanese, maybe. Good so far. What time is it? We can do a tiny bit more painting. I mean, it's not that I have a very strict schedule, but I'd like to do a little bit more. The music ended. No! The voice is in my head. Whew. Okay, they're gone. They're gone. They're gone. We're good. Close call. Very close call. Sorry about that, Zeke. I'm so sorry about that, dude. Yeah, I know. I get that. I get that. I am, Emo. Please don't tell Daddy Emperor. I'm sure the Emperor understands. I'm studying the opponent. You know what I mean?
Filthy heretic, please report yourself to the nearest Inquisition.
It's a study!
Have a nice day.
It's a study, Emo. I'm just trying to recognize the enemy. Thank you very much for your 10-month resub. It is appreciated for sure. Thank you. For allowing me to do what I do for a living. I think all of this is looking pretty good. I don't want too many bright spots. All over this. Try and emphasize the bottom again a little bit. Hey, Disguised Big Bro, thank you as well. Appreciate that, thank you for the prime. Smart choice, if I, may say so myself. Great use of a prime. I'm only slightly biased. What do you guys think of the scratches on the armor? I think it's pretty decent. I've been trying to do very thin lines, but it's not that easy. I don't want to overdo it, but pretty happy with how it's coming along there. Definitely also want to scratch over here somewhere. The thing about scratches is that you don't want them to look accidental, Like not too much anyways. You don't want it to look like, oh shit, I messed up with the, I guess we'll call it a scratch. I don't really want scratches like that. Yeah, some happy accidents is fine though. I like some intention behind my scratches, if that makes sense. What is my favorite Legion? Ooh, I don't really have one at the moment, I don't think. Somebody asked a question earlier today too, and I answered it with Night Lords, mostly just because I had just finished reading the Night Lords book, the trilogy. And it's very freaking good. So I'm gonna go with Night Lords, but I think it's one of those things that if you ask me again in a week, it'll change. What's going on, Shadow Whiskey? Lord of Contagion. Which mini is that? That one does not ring a bell for me. But then again, I'm not a heretic like you. I mean, I'm just painting a one-off heretic. It's a little different. I'm not really too familiar with the Death Guard, if I'm honest. I think we can do another scratch over here on the other end of the belly. Not over there. That was garbage. Let's try that again. If you like the Night Lords, you might enjoy the Charcarodon's Astra book, Red Tithe. Dang, those are a lot of difficult words. It all started with Typhus, that son of a bitch. Does he appear in the Horus Heresy at all? Maybe he has. Maybe I've just kind of forgotten. I have a little box. I will have to paint Typhus at some point in the future. Okay, I think the chest piece is looking pretty good there. What's good on Shot and Bliss? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. A lot of these parts over here are going to be metallic later. Yeah, not bad. Okay, let's do the shoulder pad. The Lord of Contagion is from the Dark Imperium box set. They stopped making them. Ah, okay. Aren't they like releasing a bunch of new Death Guard minis? Or am I confusing a couple of legions? There's a lot of books, man. I'm trying to mostly read the ones that have like good reviews, especially on like Goodreads. Seems to be a popular place where people leave book reviews. There are some Warhammer 40k books and Age of Sigmar and all that that have like pretty garbage reviews. I guess those are avoidable or, you know, missable. I'll probably splotch there a little bit when we paint in the cabling, but I guess this will do for now. I'd actually like to try and add a little tiny line in the middle of this giant crater in his armor. Just to make it look a little bit more why are you not gonna focus? Oh, there we go. A little bit more scratched up there. Yeah, cool. Don't want that. Okay. The other shoulder. This one barely visible. There's a little bit over here though on the back. Good enough. I heard the Devastation of Baal is really good. I haven't yet read that one, but I heard it's great. Isn't Baal with the Blood Angels, or am I crazy? I honestly don't know. It is? That's our home planet? Okay, okay. In the early Horus Heresy books, which is the series I've been reading the most, I guess, there is not really a whole lot of mention of the Blood Angels. Like Sanguinius pops up in one of the early books. But other than that, not so much. I don't want to go too bright on some of these more recessed parts. Pretty pleased with how most of this looks, to be honest. Tiny little lines. This is an anime-ass song. Yeah, it definitely is. Did you just say anime-ass? Dude, you can't say that, man. Suddenly the anime guys are gonna come out of hiding. Gotta be real careful. Shit's gonna be flooded with ara-aras and ubu-ubus and all that. Their weekend slumbers will be interrupted. This is more anime songs, dude. Okay. Hold up, Emily, weren't you talking about Attack on Titan earlier, or was that somebody else? I'm sorry, Emo. I mean, your welcomes, Emo? I don't know. Pick whichever one of these two is more appropriate. You like anime, you just don't like weeby stuff? Wait a second. I thought those two things were mutually exclusive. He likes anime, just not weeby stuff. Okay, buddy. You like weeby stuff, but you hate weebs? Don't love that part. Okay. Yeah, the anime I have seen I really liked. I haven't seen that many. It's a little too much. Okay. Pretty pleased with the green armor so far. We have a couple of little edges over here as well in the back. Of the backpack that are visible. Most of it is kind of hidden. Oh, I don't know. I'm not really too familiar with anime, Tensor, but there's got to be some folks here that can give you some recommendations. The only anime I watched as a kid was Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon. A little bit of Digimon too. Maybe a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, but mostly Dragon Ball. Mostly Pokemon. It was very popular in the Netherlands. I think I may mix in just a tiny little bit of white for like one step brighter. Mostly focus on the edges. Mostly focus on the edges and the dots and towards the top of the panels. But other than that, I think that's mostly the green highlighting finished. I'll do like a bit of a mix between these two previous colors. And then white, so we get an extremely bright green. Don't need a whole lot. A little bit of AK white. Which is a lovely white. It's a very good color. A very good paint. I do more than just StarCraft gel? No way. What's up, Malice? Maybe. Maybe. We'll do some StarCraft in a moment, though, don't you worry. So the most emphasized edges, I want to try and get a little bit of this super bright color on. Almost like a dot. Welcome, welcome, dude. What did you say? Sorry. I'm good, how about you? This is my first time seeing a stream. Wait, your first time ever seeing a live stream? Hell yeah, dude. Welcome. I stream pretty much every day. So usually I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. But other than that, I stream basically every day. Today I'm a bit early. Oh no, that's not it. I licked it off. It's the way to do it, man, if you're in a pinch. Today I'm a little early, although normally I actually do already stream at this time too, but... Today I started earlier. I'm also gonna end a little bit earlier. Because sometimes life gets in the way, I know. But I stream most every day. Usually starting with a bit of painting these days. Very fun. I stream every day except for the days I don't. There you go. Hope that clears it up. I'm always live except when I'm not. Okay, I don't want to push it too far because it's very easy to push it too far, I think. But I think that's good enough for the painting for today, guys. Made a lot of progress. I basically did the highlighting on all of the green armor. So obviously some of these parts are not really painted because they're not going to end up green. So it's a little difficult to single out the parts that I am trying to paint, but I hope you can tell the parts that we're looking for. I think next up we'll have to work on some of the metallics. I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, very pleased with how this is coming along. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I also need to go and clean my brush real quick. So I'll do all of that in one go. In the meantime, I'll give you guys this dude to look at, okay? There you go, how about that? And then, oh, there you go. Wow. You also can look at yourself in the chat, how about that? I'll be back in a minute, guys. Guys, I did something yesterday. I painted off stream. Oh no. Is this even legal? Oh no. I decided to paint the copper details. And I think they turned out pretty sick. We're gonna have to do a lot of iron details. We still have a lot of other, well, little things that need to be done. But the green plate armor is looking pretty good. And then likewise, I think the copper that we have, or like whatever you want to call it, copper, iron, whatever you want to look, yeah. I actually highlighted it with a little bit of gold in the mix as well. Brass. That knee looks better now? Yeah, I think so too. I was a little uncertain about the knee initially, but we got a lot of nice weathering and scratches and stuff. I'm definitely gonna have to I'm gonna have to add a little bit of oxidation, I think, as well, to some of the brassy details, just to get a little bit of color variety in there. But today, we're gonna paint the cloak. Bro has a little cloak on his back. It's a little hard to tell what cloak, like what part is a cloak and what part isn't. But I'll have to try and base coat it first. Thank you, by the way, Maktovus, for the resub. He says, hope you have a great start of the week, but now to more important things. 67 is a palindromic prime in base 2, which means that it's represented by binary. It reads the same forward and backwards. How is 67 in binary palindromic if it is 10000011? That is not the same in reverse. Anyways, thank you very much. Oh, you put an extra 1 in there. Ay, ay, ay. You forgot adding a number? Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out on, you know, your very grievous mistakes, might I add. But I guess we'll accept it. We'll allow it. So this part over here is supposed to be red. We have a lot of little details that are supposed to be red. Actually, no, it's only gonna be the cloak, I think. I don't think this guy has a lot of cloth, or a lot of cloth in general. Hey, thank you very much, Muck. Hope y'all had a good weekend, by the way, guys. It's time for another week of gaming. Hell yeah. Nothing like Monday, you know? Where you get to like contribute to society again. Think about the amount of stuff you can add to the national GDP. You can work to increase the revenue of the shareholders of the company. Let's go, gamers. Let's go. Woo! Praise to the shareholders. If you work hard enough, maybe your CTO can buy a new yacht. Let's fucking go! Yes! Woo! You love to see the excitement here. There are a couple small patches over here on his cloak. I guess I'll just paint those in with the same color for now. But we may have to add a little bit of variety to them. It's election day in the Philippines, is it? Oh. Do you get a day off in the Philippines to vote? I know a lot of countries do. What's going on, Mueller? You are so trash? No, you aren't. What's going on, Duane? I don't know if CTG is running for anything in the Philippines as far as presidential office goes, but I would vote for him for sure. You did 23 hours of unpaid overtime? What? Unpaid overtime? Oopsie. Whoopsie daisies. That's a lot of hours, mate. Gotta be careful I don't accidentally paint over the green armor or the brass here. This brush though does have a pretty good tip. So as long as I just use the tip, you know. Don't want to go too crazy, but as long as I just use the tip, we should be fine. Am I completely self-taught? Oh, you mean with painting? Well, I mean, I watched a lot of content on the internet. Does that count? But I haven't had any formal training or whatever. I'm just very good at just using the tip. It's a matter of practice, Duane. Maybe your brush is too short. Gotta get one with a long tip. Since it's election day in the Philippines, people on the internet are flexing their indelible ink. Wait, what? Mate, I feel like I have no idea what's going on in the Philippines. Over here in the Netherlands, we vote with a red pencil. It's very hype. They wanted to digitize it and stuff, but apparently because of fraud, it's suboptimal, so we still stick with a red pencil. You prefer a girthy tip? Some folks do with miniature painting, dude. They love a nice thick tip, but I personally am not a huge fan. This is a pretty sizable brush for my mind. This is a size 1. Rosemary 33. Well, the Netherlands is also way smaller than the USA. Much easier to count votes when there's only like, I don't know, we have like 18 million inhabitants. There's a few more Americans out there. Just a couple more. $18 million people in the Netherlands, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a tiny country. But I know, with how many cool people there are from the Netherlands, you know, you'd imagine there's way more. I agree. That's what you're trying to say, right? That is definitely what you're trying to say. Man, we started today's stream real quick. This week of streaming with nice little bit of politicking, huh? Luckily in Hungary, politics are all... There's nothing questionable going on anywhere over there. Everything's very fair. Corruption around the world has been brought back to a minimum. No, I'm not really familiar with Filipino politics, I'm afraid. Maybe I should be, I don't know. What color is their cloak supposed to be, Zoidorama? I know this is not technically correct, but I like the look of it. Beige? Really? The official box art for this mini actually uses a very dark red. Like a word bearer's red. Heresy? Hello? Hot pink? Rainbow? Painting a rainbow cloak or cloak would be pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. After voting in the Philippines, they put indelible ink on the nail of the right hand's pointing finger that stays for a week and people flex that on the internet? I see. I mean, if flexing on the internet encourages people to go out and vote, that is enough in my mind, man. You get nothing for Dutch elections. No sticker, no ink on my fingertip. It does take about 3 seconds. Very quick generally to go vote over here. I think the next elections in the Netherlands are provincial ones? Or no, actually, I think it's city. I think city elections are coming up. That's so, I don't know if it's this year or next year. It's interesting. Those are probably the ones that affect your day-to-day the most, but it's also the ones with the by far lowest turnout. At least last time I checked. Okay. Is this painted from an airbrush or from a spray undercoat? I did use an airbrush for the primer, and then I also did use a little bit of an airbrush coat, just for speed really, of the Death Guard green that is on the armor. Could have just as easily done that with a brush, but it just takes longer. And I had the airbrush right sitting in front of me. Pretty much everything here though is brush painted. Doesn't the Netherlands have a waterboard election? A waterboard election? What do you mean waterboard election? We don't waterboard our politicians, no. Thank you, man. I've been trying to keep this mini very clean. Well, I mean, it is a Nurgle mini, so, you know, we can only be so clean, but... This cloak is a little bit funky underneath this part over here, mostly because of the structural integrity, I guess, of the mini. It's a very thick cloak. It goes all the way inside of the mini's, I don't know, kneecap or something. Not entirely realistic, but not really visible from the outside. But I do have to try and get a little bit of paint in here, I guess. Doesn't really matter too much, because again, it will be mostly invisible, but... A little bit of a Plague Marine upskirt over here. I'm sorry, chat. Hope you don't mind. Okay. You're making me want to paint my own now. I play pre-heresy DG, so I'll go white. My brushes quite aren't. Oh, I take good care of my brushes, man. I think having nice brushes makes life so much more fun. There's a lot of folks out there, there seems to be like two lines of thought when it comes to brushes, okay? Some folks know that they're not gonna take care of their brushes, so they use shitty brushes just so they can replace them quickly. And then the other half use nice brushes and take care of them. I think being in that second group is way more fun. Because brushes can last you a year, easy. Some brushes can last you multiple years, easy. If you take a little bit of care of them, obviously depending on the amount of time you spend painting, but this brush is like a year old. It's like 10 bucks for a really good brush. I think it's well worth it. Yeah. I think it's well worth spending a little bit of money on a nice brush, just because it makes life way better, man. It's kind of like using a good mouse and a good keyboard for your computer. It's fine, like you can do with a ball mouse. You can play Counter-Strike with a ball mouse if you want to. But it's not gonna be very fun, you know? But you do you. Your brushes are like $2 stores? Yeah, fair enough. If you have like a mini that you're very excited to paint, I think buying like a size 1, like this, is well worth it. So this is just a size 1 Rosemary & Co. I'm like not, it's the series 33 specifically. Although what you're really looking for on a brush is Kolinsky Sable. If you find a brush that has Kolinsky Sable from like a pretty reputable brand, you're gonna have at least a decent brush, you know? Oh, I was talking about ball mices. I didn't even realize this was an old man's problem. Okay, hold up. Yes, I remember ball mice. Mices. Mooses. Moususes. I went with mices just for you, Memoria. Mususis. Yeah, I've heard of that too, Miller. I would recommend going like Da Vinci, Rosemary Co. Winsor and Newton, Raphael, like there's a bunch of reputable brands out there, right? Any of those will definitely not try to fuck up their reputation by using fake hair. You respect your Kolinsky brush so much you haven't even unpacked it yet and it's been a year? I mean, you might be making it a little bit too big in your head, OC. Yeah, Artis Opus, I think they're actually manufactured by Rosemary & Co, if I'm not mistaken. But also really good. Life is, like, painting is definitely more fun with good brushes. It's certainly not a necessity, but we're gonna add a little bit of shading to it. What I have is a little bit of or Incubi Darkness, which is a pretty, I don't know, dark green tealy color. And I'm gonna mix that into the corn red that I've been using for the base coat. Which is gonna create like a nice, do wanna keep it pretty red though, but just for the recessed bits. Gonna create like a nice little burgundy color. I'm mixing it on my palette. I don't have a palette camera like some streamers do. And we'll do some glazing. Kolinsky is the animal. So Kolinsky sable is the animal that the hair is made from, or gathered from, ripped out of the skin from. Yeah, it doesn't sound very pleasant that way. Anyways, it's the animal type. These are not vegan brushes. There are some banger synthetic alternatives as well though. What if they give him a little haircut? I don't believe they will just give him a little haircut, but maybe. Yeah, I've heard so too. Apparently if you're in the States, it's a little tricky now. But I think it's mostly because of manufacturing. I don't think it's because of, I'm not sure exactly. So there's a very dark burgundy that we're added into the mix. May take a couple of coats, but the idea is that we get a little bit of a recessed shade. Ah, I see, Mr. Shine. It's because of poachers in India that hunt mongoose, which is illegal, and they label it Kolinsky to get it past import. Okay. I see. Well, hey, there are alternatives out there. My main point being, I think it's more fun to paint with a good brush than, you know, I'm gonna buy a 20 pack for $5 off of Amazon brushes. But your mileage may vary. Is dat? Kan om 4 uur of zo? Is er iemand beneden? Oh, ik wou dat zeggen. Ik hoor border. Okay. I'm gonna add a little bit as well towards this side. The Kolinsky. The portrait in StarCraft 2 is called Kaczynski. He's one of the crew members of the Hyperion. Not that much different, I suppose. Kolinsky, Kaczynski. What's the difference? Why not shade the gun at the same time? Oh, the gun is gonna be a different color. I like to take one part of the mini at a time, but there's a lot of different ways to paint minis, right? But some folks love like base coating everything and then moving into the shading for everything and then moving into the highlighting for everything and then moving into whatever, right? I always, I don't know. I've experimented with a bunch of stuff. I kind of like finishing one part and then moving on to the next part. You can't stand doing it like this. You get so impatient. Ultimately, however you paint this, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. For me, the goal is to create a nice mini. Some people's goals is to make a good mini for tabletop gaming. I don't play the tabletop at all, so yeah, you can do whatever. What am I gonna do today in Warcraft? In Warcraft today, I am going to be playing Mountain King first every game. I think this week is Mountain King week. I'm liking the Mountain King a ton in Warcraft 3 at the moment. And I'm thinking I'm gonna try and see if I can play him as a first hero. Why did I switch from Night Elf? I still really like Night Elf. It's just that Night Elf feels 10 times harder to me than human. Maybe I'll go back to Night Elf soon though, I don't know. I haven't really switched. I haven't yet really tried Orc at all. So I think we may have to give that a shot as well in the near future. Maybe next week? But Night Elf does seem quite tricky in comparison. But maybe it's just, you know, that it's still kind of new and the grass seems greener. Yeah, I find undead very hard. But I think a lot of it is also personal, you know? Like some folks just gravitate more towards one race over the other. Warcraft 3 is having a bit of a resurgence. Yeah, it's fun. It's a great game, man. From watching Grubby's coach Harstam, I can confirm that Night Elf is easy and requires no skill. Ah, of course. The grass is truly always higher on the, or better on the other side, huh? Always a little bit greener. Okay. I do want to go back with the original base coat a little bit and tidy some of these little shades up. Especially over here. I feel like this is a little bit messy. Trying to get smooth transitions. So this is the corn red again. Mate, I had somebody comment on my my second video, or on my second channel this morning, that they were gonna dislike my painting videos, but they weren't sure whether or not I would lose revenue because of it, so they decided not to. But if I could please stop uploading painting videos on my second video and just do gaming, that would be great. It was a wild hot take, dude. I feel like sometimes people think I make content just for them, like I'm their own little personal content, producer. And like, people feel very entitled sometimes, man. It's crazy. Like the whole premise of the second channel is to upload stuff that I wouldn't want to upload on my main channel, but people are so... Crazy stuff. Obviously, those are never going to be like, Patreon supporters or paying subscribers or anything like that, like people that are feeling extremely entitled, but also are not willing to support any of it specifically. It's very interesting. Yeah, no, it's very true. Okay, we're gonna add a little bit of brightness to some of it. I'm gonna add a little bit of, I already put this on my palette. Bam! Me fist in red. I think this is how the dwarf would describe it, the Mountain King. Me fistin' red. Anyways. That was unnecessary. I'm gonna mix in, I guess, a little bit first of corn red as well. We'll mix in a little bit of the corn red just to... The YouTube algorithm is a beautiful and merciful God, okay? Blood, ah! No, it's not blood. It's a cloak, right? So I do want it to be quite smooth. Yeah, you're so considerate about it. I won't dislike the video because it might cost you money, but please stop! For what it's worth, by the way, disliking a video doesn't cost anybody anything. Look, how the fuck do you decide where to put the highlights? It's like my biggest block currently. Couple things that I try to do, and keep in mind I'm a bit of a noob, so I'm not an expert, but I try to think where the light source would come from. So naturally, it would be the easiest to kind of have the light source coming in from the front. You don't have to be super specific about it, I don't think, but if you like imagine a light coming in from the top, then like, I don't know, from like mostly the top and then mostly the back, something along those lines. The bottom section of this cloak would naturally catch more light. And then there's a couple of erased areas too, like every single one of these tiny folds that would also catch the light a little bit more. I'm trying to imagine that this part over here is a bit more recessed. Mostly because it's the bolter that's above it, and we can add a little bit of brightness here too to the bottom, I think, of that cloak. Like the part that isn't, like say over here. We can add a bit of variety. So I'm doing very thin layers of this this Mephiston red. Secondly though, generally all the Warhammer models have really well-defined edges. Most of them are not entirely realistic, but they have made them in such a way that you can run your brush past them pretty easily. And keeping those in mind can also be super useful. I think that's basically the majority of it, but Yeah, some people like to, that's a very good point. Some people like to prime it with 2 colors. So they prime it in black all over, and then they prime it with like a gray or a white from the top only. So what you literally do is you prime it while holding the miniature down. You strangle it. No, you don't have to hold it down physically. You just kind of keep it pointed down and then you blast it from the top. And naturally the light would, like the second prime, the second coat would only settle onto the raised areas. That can kind of help visualize it. Ultimately though, I think it's mostly just a lot of practice. Trying to figure out what looks good. What's nice about this way of painting though, with these like very thin layers, is that I can fuck up and just redo. And I fuck up a lot. So I think that's also kind of nice to just, is one of the downsides of like using contrast paints, for example. Like contrast paints are really nice, but also not very easy to correct, if that makes sense. Like a lot of the contrast paint mistakes are just kind of there now. Because they're so transparent, you know, but what's good on Crispy? Good morning. So far so good, I think, on this cloak. I'm mostly just trying to do some highlighting here. We'll use some pure Mephiston. Which should be slightly brighter still. If you want to be a real Giga nerd about it though, you could probably look up books about these sorts of subjects. Because ultimately highlighting and like light is what painters have studied for, you know, centuries. Like, I mean, traditional painting, not so much miniature painting, but light's hard, man. You're trying to do a heavy metal style. If the heavy metal team was blind and painting with their feet, but you get the point. For that specific style, there's a lot of good content out there, Mr. Shine. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I am trying to do too. So one thing you could do is look up a video of somebody who paints that style and then, you know, pick up the exact same miniature that they are painting and then try to do the same thing that they are doing. That's what I've done a bunch. This particular mini, not so much, but... Dude, Mephiston red is a really nice red. Yeah. I would like this over here to be slightly smoother. The little splotch over there. Same over here. I find this to be a little bit too harsh. But yeah, I'm also a big fan of the heavy metal style. 70% of those fucking videos begin with "get your airbrush." Yeah. To be fair, most of those heavy metal type of videos, they just use the airbrush for the original base coat just because it's faster. For a mini like this, it's kind of nice because there's so many little details and intricate like little recessed parts, but you can very easily do all of that with a brush as well. It just takes longer. But yeah, I get what you mean. I think I'm gonna do a little bit more of the Mephiston red. It's a great question, Ms. Memory. Okay. I'm wondering if the darker red is a little bit too dark. Probably not. It's probably okay. We'll mix in a little bit of orange for some sharper highlights. Shake it. Gotta shake it. Squig orange. You tried to help me, Maria. He doesn't want to listen, dude. You really tried. I'll mix these two colors together, the Mephiston red and the Squig orange. Well, there you go. A lot of good resources. The Grimdark Compendium. I'm gonna switch to a bit of a smaller brush. Bam. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a sharper highlight. Can probably dilute it a little bit more. I like this brush a lot. The only problem about it is that it dries up so freaking quick. Having a dry tip is the worst, bro. What's up, Deck now? Hell of a first sentence to hear when you join the stream. What's going on, Fo? Good morning. Okay. Don't know how far down we want to go with this stripe, like this line over here. We can definitely highlight this part over here. It's always a bit tricky. Red cloaks are kind of iconic though in Warhammer, there's so many of them. I think this is a little too harsh over there in that section. I'm gonna glaze it back with the original corn red. A little bit of incubi. Don't want that transition to be so harsh. It's looking pretty good so far. Can't complain. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of red. No, different type of red. Different type of corn. Corn. Corn red. Corn for the corn flakes. That red. I guess actually for this section I'm going to use some Efficient red to highlight rather than the orange. Because this whole cloak section over here is all very dark. I think the orange might be a little too stark. There we go. Gotta be careful I don't accidentally... Oh, I already got it some on the green armor. Sick, loco. Easily fixed, but still. Prefer it if I wouldn't hit it onto the green armor. Trying to highlight the little flap. Just aim the tip. That's a very good bit of advice. And so true. If I just painted better, if I was just more accurate, this would have never been an issue. Okay. Thank you, Mueller. Okay. We got a little bit of highlighting there. I think we can take it a step brighter, can't we? One little trick I saw somebody do in a video. I don't know if anybody here has ever tried this. But after they were completely done with painting the cloak, they did a very thin coat of Flesh Terror's red over on top of the entire thing. And supposedly, it brings all of the colors together very nicely. I've seen this in several videos by very good painters. So you'd imagine they know what they're talking about, but... yeah, like a unifying wash, exactly. It just feels a little sketchy, you know? I'm gonna use a little bit of the pure Tau. Actually, no, this is not Tau ochre. Squig orange, rather. It's a thing, but it needs to be the proper wash ratio of pigment to water and medium. Yeah. We'll dilute it as much as I can reasonably dilute it. I'd rather do second coats than accidentally cover up my mistakes. Or, you know, cover up the whole thing, rather. So this is one step brighter. Trying to stay within the previous highlighting phase. Oh, I don't know, Autumn. I can check your username, though. I don't have a bot that says the follower's age. I know a lot of streamers do, but... You were just wondering? I can check for you. Let me see, Autumn. Yep. May 28th, 2017. It's been a little bit. Welcome back. I definitely did not paint any miniatures back then. Yeah, nice, Pete. There's actually quite a lot of people that started watching on YouTube first and then came over to Twitch. Twitch is not great for discoverability, it seems. I have a YouTube channel. I do, Coco. I have 2. No, I actually already have a 3rd channel. I used to upload regularly as well on a channel called Loco Clips. This is before shorts were even a thing, dude. I was ahead of the meta, but now I rarely post shorts, so, you know, take that for what it's worth. Two YouTube channels means he's rich? Oh, absolutely. Rich in ego. It's all I think about when I drive around in my Lamborghini. Look, I was looking for that clip where you rage quit against a cannon rush, but I can't find it anymore. Did you delete it? I rage quit against a cannon rush? I did upload a... I don't remember where that was. I think it's in a highlight video, Shine. I switched to Stardew Valley immediately. I don't remember that specific clip, but I don't generally delete stuff. I'm not embarrassed of like having, you know, shameful clips up on the internet. Like, that's fine. So I doubt I deleted it. 2019 was a great year. There wasn't a pandemic. Pretty sure I made a Twitch account, if I recall correctly, specifically to follow Loco, and then you started watching VTubers instead. Yikes. I can't compete with the Ara, can I? It's impossible. This is as close to me being a VTuber as we can get, I guess. I would like to do a thin line across this little part over here. Try to unify these two halves a little tiny bit, but... Okay. Honestly, I'm very pleased with how this thing has turned out so far. Kind of whipped this up in like, what, an hour? Not too bad. Not too shabby. Ah, I see, Pete. And we are all just sort of supposed to like pretend that's normal, right? I am the gateway to VTubers? Dang. Ara gamers. Ooh woo. I'm gonna go one step lighter, just a little bit. Do VTubers on Twitch sell their own? Really, they do? Huh. VTuber OnlyFans, let's go. Trying to keep these lines very thin. Still need them to be pretty smooth as well, though. Really, there's VTubers that are branching out to producing their own porn? All right. Yeah, I hate to disappoint you all, guys. I'm not planning on doing that. I'm sorry, guys. What's going on, Echo? What a sentence to return to. I know. I figured you were here now, so, you know, it had to be said. Just so you don't keep waiting. Got a lot of folks angry. Getting angry because content creators have an OnlyFans is crazy to me, dude. Just do whatever you gotta do, man. Who cares? You have no patience for this kind of work? What's going on, Draconis? I have heard many people say similar things today. I love it, personally. I don't find this tedious at all, but it's, maybe it's an acquired taste. I think you're like the third person, though, to bring up that exact same sentiment. What's going on, Lizard? Brian! Oh, wait, no. Hold up. That was EchoStew gifting 2 community subs. Hell yeah. Apparently, right at that same moment, Lizard.
Such a nice thing when you get to a nice round number. I still remember Loco Justin Bieber cut and the Guild Wars 2 human review like it was yesterday.
Mate, that is such a long time ago. That's way longer than 4 years. That's more like 12 years, I think, right? But thank you very much for the 4-year resubscription. I appreciate that, man. Thank you also, EchoSteel, for the 2 gifties. Appreciate you guys. Glad you're all still enjoying it. After such a long time. Dude, there's so many people here now that have been watching for years and years. It warms my heart, gamers. Do you guys still tune in for whatever? We'll get to some gaming later, but it's cool to see that there's still plenty of people that are, you know, interested in this, whatever this is. Appreciate you all. Very much. Because the alternative is that I would have to go out and get a real job. Ugh. Yo!
Too many years. We getting old.
Thank you as well for the 3 years. Hell yeah. A 3-decade, 3-century resub. Massive. Thank you, dude. And we have a hype train? This is the first hype train I've seen in weeks. I think so, anyways. It's been a little bit since we've last had a hype train, hasn't it? I would have to go out and get a real job? Ugh. What am I even qualified for, dude? Ugh. Crazy. Dead streamer confirmed. Maybe. We have been trending down a little bit with the subs, but that happens sometimes. Viewer numbers have been going up though, which is interesting. Generally, whenever there's like a reduction in subs, generally that also coincides with like less viewers. But that's not really been the case. Like the Warcraft 3 streams in particular have been doing really well. No, we're doing okay, we're doing okay. No worries. What's going on, Solifluction? Thank you as well for the 82. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate that. Okay. Is it time? Oh, geez. Was that a little click in my microphone? What was that? No, I did not finish my Space Wolf. My Space Wolf is still standing right over here. I don't know why my microphone did that. I'm sorry. I did not finish the Space Wolf yet. We still have to go around and get that done at some point. Echo! Getting another layer to the hype train going. Gifting a sub to Drag Steel, Papa Bear, Robski, Xander, and Xixer. Huge. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. I should get a new mic. I don't really know what the cause is of that. Like it happens like once a month where my microphone does this weird squeaky noise. And I can't quite figure out what causes it. So rather than fixing the problem, since I can't replicate it, I just apologize when it happens instead. Maybe it's the ghost of the microphone, dude. It could certainly be the case. No, the microphones are good. It's just, I don't know. Okay, I think we're gonna do the unifying coat. The Great Unification Coat. I'm gonna do a very diluted mix of Flesh Terror's Red. We'll do like a 4-to-1 mix or something. Like this to medium. And we'll see what it looks like. So supposedly what it does is that it pulls the transitions together a little bit nicer. We'll bring out the good old tile. This is the bathroom tile. Let me also actually put my watch in the charger real quick, because otherwise it'll be empty. This is a literal bathroom tile, which I highly recommend, dude. Bathroom tile is insanely good. What's going on, Facilia? I'll take like... Is this straight from the bathroom? No, I got this at the hardware store. We'll take like a few brushfuls of this. And then without cleaning my brush, because I don't want to waste any medium. I'm a fucking rebel, dude. We'll just dip a little bit of that into it too. So this is going to be a very... Do you think that's diluted enough? I don't know, dude. I don't trust it. I'm gonna mix a little bit more medium. So the idea is to apply this all over the cloak. which supposedly ties all of the transitions together a little bit better. YOLO? YOLO, am I right? I always wear a seatbelt because YOLO. Okay, we'll have to let that dry. It's gonna take a little bit. Is that real blood? No, no, no. Unless, I don't think so, but maybe. It is Flesh Terror's red after all. They're a Warhammer faction, but who's to know how to make their paint? I tasted it, it does taste like paint. I want to do a little bit of painting as well. What color did I use for the trim? Which trim? Of the green armor? The copper? The cloak? The trim? The trim? I used a bunch. So I base coated it with true copper, which is not my favorite paint. Actually, that's not true. I mixed two paints together. I mixed these two together. I think about a 2-to-1 copper 2, Doomball Brown 1 as a base coat. Then I shaded it with a little bit of Wildwood contrast, which looks pretty nice, makes it very dark. I did that mostly for recess shading. And then I highlighted it by mixing this together with a little bit of like a gold paint, like a Retributor armor type of paint. And then I highlighted that mixed together again with some of this shit. Dude, this stuff is powerful. This stuff is strong, dude. So this is Vallejo Model Air Silver. It is the most insane shiny paint that I have ever used. So some of the trim's highlights are actually pure silver. It's a little hard to see, but like the sharpest edges are a near pure silver. It is a few steps though. It did take a little bit, but yeah, pretty pleased with the result. I do want to change something. The chrome of the same series is even shinier? Really? Huh. I want to add a little bit of verdigris. I haven't yet done the silver. No, this is bronze. Coppery bronze. Thank you, Cylindra. I've been trying. I want to add a little bit of verdigris to all of the copper. So the copper we were just talking about. What would be good colors to create verdigris with? Especially around like all of the little studs, I guess. Not entirely sure what I should do for verdigris. I do have like a texture paint actually. I forgot about this. I do have this stuff. We can actually give this a try. I'll go with a pretty diluted version of it for now. This is very bright though, but it should look fun. Try to stipple this a little bit around all of the little rivets of the armor. Well, not all the rivets, but like all of the rivets onto, or that are on the copper. I'll probably dilute it a little bit more. Because it has a lot of dinks and scratches all over, right? So we may as well add a little bit of weathering to all of it. So I'm trying to think of where the water would settle, right? Like if we have water running down and it would oxidize, where would it settle? Well, I would imagine mostly near the bottom section of every single one of these rivets. Can't really go too wrong with this, I suppose, but there's a little hole over here too. Stipple just a tad bit in there. Pretty good. Let's go to Shadarki. Thank you, Breaker. I may have to go back in actually and do this a little bit more later on. But we'll get a little bit of it going for now. Do I want it inside of these little holes? I don't know. Probably would make sense, but I don't know if I like the look of it. It's nice actually to have a little bit of this blue contrast. Looks kind of sick. What do you guys think? Yeah, a little bit of blue in the recesses makes a lot of sense. Oxidation OP. Are there people out there that don't believe in oxidation? I mean, there's flat earthers out there, right? So maybe oxidation's also a myth, I don't know. Surely there have to be people. This bell has a giant hole in it, by the way. Seems very suboptimal. I guess it will still ring, but... Wake up, sheeple. Big Woo is trying to trick us all. I don't know about the bottom of the armor. I don't know if I want to go too ham with this. I should put a CSGO knife skin onto his weapon? Does he run faster if he gets it, you know, if he runs with his weapon out? I don't know. I think we'll have to do like a second coat in some of these little sections. Just to strengthen the effect a tiny bit. I mean, this guy does kind of have a CSGO knife though, if you think about it. It's a crazy looking blade. Maybe that's why he's holding it out, so he can run quicker. Okay, everyone, new strategy, rush B, rush B. That is the CSGO experience that I know on the European end of the ladder. That was entirely necessary. In case you were wondering if it was. Absolutely it was. I know some of you are at work trying to fall asleep. Can't have that, okay? How are you gonna contribute to the shareholders' yacht if you're sleeping? Like I was in a meeting with a client and you were on the speakers? How are you in a meeting with a client with me on the speakers? I don't believe that for a second. So the prospect for, you know, quarter two, blah, 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 blah. And then you have this fucking guy shouting CSGO things and, okay, sure. Yo, Grimdy Gaming. Thank you, dude. Welcome back. Hope you feel a little bit better than, when was this? Saturday? It was Saturday. Thank you for the support. Welcome back. You don't? Oh no. Oof. Sorry to hear that, dude. You have a blockage in your intestines? Hell yeah. Oh wait, no, hold up, no, that's not good. How do you fix that? Well, there's ways to fix it. None of them are particularly fun. Fiber is OP. You could always call a plumber, dude. Yeah. Mario and Luigi are really good when it comes to unlocking blocked pipes. Fiber, eh? There's a lot of things, but yeah. No. An airbrush is not a medical tool, dude. Look at my palette for today, guys. Looks quite artistic, eh? Oh yeah. Most beautiful thing I've ever created. I should have it sorted by the end of our day. Okay, perfect. Keep us updated. Please keep us in the loop as far as your bowel movements go, Grimdy. I'm gonna just hit it with the air dryer or the blow dryer real quick. Just want to see if it's good. Yeah, so it's a little shiny. Like, it's a little shiny. Obviously, I want it to be shiny on the metallic details. But the cloak is, look at this shit. Way too shiny. Gonna have to do a little bit of varnishing. We can rub dirt on it, or we can use varnish. I wanted to use a varnish as well onto the armor. Mostly because the armor is also just a little bit too shiny for my liking. It is probably gonna be something I'll have to reapply, but we'll do a little bit of ultra matte. I like ultra matte a lot. A lot of people don't. I think it's great. It's extremely matte. A varnish would be better than rubbing dirt into it, that's for sure. We'll bring out the trusty tile again. You can't with your teeth? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, chewing gum. I see. I don't think a gum works with blockages anyway, does it? So we just apply this all over. But I don't want it to be onto I don't want this to be onto the coppery details. Otherwise I would use the airbrush for this. Oh my god, I can barely see where my freaking varnish is. There it is. So this is gonna make everything very matte. Probably have to do this a couple of times while painting this whole mini, but maybe one more time at the end. We'll see. Try and reduce some of that shine. Doesn't really make sense for this armor to be reflective. It's the downside of those Citadel washes and contrast paints. They're all just freaking shiny. Don't know why. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are. Trying to make sure that it doesn't pull anywhere too crazily. For obvious reasons, not a good idea. And especially on this cloak. A shiny cloak makes no sense. I like my cloth nice and shiny. Said no one ever. So the problem with the very matte varnish like this is that it's going to dull down some of the color too, which a lot of people hate. I don't really mind less vibrant colors, but sometimes you spend a lot of time trying to paint something really vibrant, I suppose, and then the ultra matte varnish just kind of kills all of it. Yeah, so you can already see it drying over there on that leg. Like this leg over here, less reflective now, except for the part that we didn't varnish. Same for the chest armor. The chest armor was looking way shiny earlier. Power fist, shoulder plate. Yeah, and the cloak is starting to matte up right now. No, you can tell. I think you can tell, Zeke. We had a shiny cloak not too long ago. All right. I'm very happy with how this mini is going so far, guys. I think all of it is quite good. There's a couple of these little patches over here on the back. What color do we make those? We can do whatever, I guess, but... Also, I have to make a decision as to where like the weapon goes. The blade that he's holding in his hand. Since there's a lot of chainmail going around it, we could make the chainmail very dark or the blade very dark. No, that's that memory. That's not what I was... No, 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 it's not blood on my hand. I think I'll base coat the little patches on the cloak. The two that I can see anyways. With a little bit of the Incubi darkness, because I still have it on my palette. May as well use it. These are not particularly well sculpted onto the cloak though. They look a little messy. Very soft edges. Maybe that's just my copy of the miniature, I don't know. I don't think I've gunked it up with paint. Have to make some guesses as to where the cloak ends, I suppose, and where the patches begin. Dude, the AK Ultra Matte is insanely good. Look how quickly we took the shine off of that stuff, seriously. It looks way better. I actually never put it on the cloak, or on the hand over here. I was gonna say, that hand looks a little shiny. You can tell that it's not on this glove over here. That glove is way more reflective now. Still have a little bit of it. I think next time I'll do the silver metallic details. And there's a lot of those. Maybe I should start with the blade. The blade seems to be the most recessed part. Yeah. I should do a Claire Obscure character. I have no idea what that is, Fontonio. Is that a different game? I am I have a bit of a backlog of Warhammer miniatures. I will be honest with you. I have quite a few minis to still paint. Oh, it's the new CRPG that just came out. Gotcha. I have heard a few people talk about it, but not that many. How is it? Is it good? I'm guessing it's good. I'm gonna use a little bit of just a good old non-oil for shading this part. Best game in gaming history? Really? I'm pressing X for doubt on that one, buddy. Maybe? Yeah, non-oil. I'm not really big into JRPGs though. But maybe. I like CRPGs quite a lot. The problem with CRPGs is that they take so freaking long to complete. And I'm assuming it's not entirely voice acted, right? Even though I love the sound of my own voice, dude. Reading every single CRPG line, kind of a lot. I feel like I need an alternative to non-oil. Non-oil does not excite me very much. There is technically a third patch right over there in the back, but that one's not really paintable for me. Yeah, I can kind of try. Gotta be careful. Don't want to spill too much all over my nice red cloak. Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2 are better than Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is a fantastic CRPG, but it doesn't feel like a Baldur's Gate at all. Damn. Get him, gamers. Or maybe agree with him, I don't know. This sounds like blasphemy to me is all I'm saying. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, so I don't know. He's actually right. I like Baldur's Gate 3 a lot, but I've never played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, so I can't really tell. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were your favorite games? Huh. I really like this game called StarCraft. Have you guys ever heard of that? It's really, really good. Never heard of it? Yeah, it's really good. I heard it's a dead game though, so I don't know. I'm just mixing some colors on my palette together. I've created a very dirty color. But I just want to highlight these patches a tiny bit. Maybe we can even glaze it just a little bit. Get a bit of tonal variety. Okay. And then we have, I guess, these little clips that are putting these patches together. We can use a, I don't know, I'll just use a little bit of lead belcher, I guess. Don't need much for it, just a tiny little bit. I'll blast it real quick again with the blow dryer, chat. 2 blow dryer hits in one stream. What a day. What a day. Beautiful day. Hashtag blessed blow drying? As the people say. Everybody loves blow drying, dude. It's crazy. So I'm trying to just do it on these little tiny nails. I don't even know if you can see them on the stream. But he's basically stitched these patches in place. Trying to follow the highlighted areas. I feel like we can do brighter on the highlights of this this cloak. I don't have a proper bright color on my palette. I guess I can just use white. How boring. How boring using white to make a color like slightly brighter. Almost sounds illegal. I mean, I'm spending an awful lot of time painting the tiniest little patches that aren't even well sculpted onto the model. Okay. Trying to go all the way around the sights. I guess that's good enough. Maybe just a little bit more non-oil though over the nails that we painted, because I feel like it can be slightly more framed. Does it look like there's patches on his back? Like, does it even look good? I guess it's fine, right? Yeah. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is just use one more little quick, one very, very fast blow dry session. And then we'll varnish the entire cloak. I know. I'll dilute the varnish ever so slightly. Just to hopefully draw everything nicely together. Okay, and we'll have to let that dry. Okay, so this is where we are right now with this particular miniature. So I've finished the copper details. I think the copper details are looking pretty sick. I have finished the green plate armor. I think the green plate armor is looking pretty sick. Then today we have done the red cloak. Still kind of drying in multiple different patches and different places, but I think that is also looking pretty sweet. So obviously, in case you're wondering, this guy does have a head. The head is right over here. And then on the base, there is also the little guy that stole his helmet, which is a super neat little feature. So we have a whole lot of stuff that still needs to be painted. I think the next thing that we'll paint is the weapon. I think we'll try and do the weapon tomorrow. So I mean not the bolter, because he's got a bolter as well on the back. I mean the blade. I think I'm gonna do a very dark, I don't know, like I'm thinking like a very, very dark metallic, kind of like how I did on the Auroch for the blade. And then like a brighter color of like silver for the chainmail, because he's got a lot of chainmail. I'm very pleased with how let me show you. I did this weapon on the Auroch that we painted recently. I don't know if I'm gonna add blood to this one, but I think the weapons on this guy turned out really well. So I think I'm just gonna follow the same steps. If we can do like a similar... Have I ever used transfers? I have. Not a whole lot though. I've done it, I think, once. Yes. I've done transfers once on this guy. So there's a transfer over there on the shoulder pad. We've got two over here as well on the chest. This one's actually wacky. Like this one was kind of, I don't know. You can't really look at it right, or you can't really see it right now, but it was kind of a mess. Same for the knee pad over there. Did I do any more? Man, this was a fun mini. I really like this one. I didn't like building this guy. Building this guy was a giant pain in the dick. So many tiny little finicky parts. This guy over here was like 6 parts in total. Like, I'm not even joking. Okay, maybe more like 8, but it was very few. Anyways, the cloak is now dry. Yeah, dude, we just whipped out this cloak. We just started painting and now it's done. Hell yeah. Today, we are kicking off the painting of the silver details. I think it's gonna be fun. I think specifically I wanna do the blade today, and then in the same colors, I wanna try and do if I can also, or I wanna try and see if I can also do the spikes. The spikes right over here on the back of the power fist. Yeah, we're going from bronze to silver details today. That is indeed the plan. Maybe I'll do a little bit of the chainmail as well, because there's a lot of chainmail hanging from this guy's armor. Actually, it's not too much, but it's the little thing right over here, and then the little part right over here. Yesterday I did the cloak. Last week I did the armor itself, the green, and then off stream actually I did the copper. Well, I did a little bit of it on stream too, but the only thing I do need to go ahead and do, and I have forgotten this once again, is open up my reference image, because otherwise I'm gonna get lost. Plague Marine Champion Death Guard. Yeah, there's gonna be some more metallic details, especially on like the weapon and stuff. And also on the backpack. Like the gun, I mean, on the back. There's a couple of little details too that we will have to focus on, but that's the goal. We're ranking up today, exactly, from silver to bronze. Although I do need a little bit of water on my palette, because it is looking very dry. We want a moist palette, dude. Nothing like a dry palette, you know what I mean? You don't want it too wet though. Because then you just end up diluting the paint too much, and that's also not ideal. I think I'll do trying to decide what base coat color I should use. For the copper details, I did use Warpaint's Phonetic. Which one do we go with, guys? I can't make up my mind. I've been thinking about this for a bit. So this is gonna be the base coat for the weapon, the blade that he's holding in his hand. And then also the gunmetal. Yeah? Okay. We have one input. Bonzo Cat, your first time message in the stream. You will immediately get your wish granted. Very nice. That one looks more shiny. Well, I want the color to be quite muted. We'll wash it down to like something a little bit less shiny, I think, but. Dude, what's this? Ay, 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 ay. It's a mess, that's what it is. Well, I want it to be shiny in the end, but I want the recesses to be quite muted. All right, so we'll begin with the base coating. That's the plan. I'll dilute it with a little bit of water. I'll probably need like 2 coats of this. Actually, I need a little bit more water. I'll probably do like 2 coats of this, mostly just because I don't want to accidentally goop up any of the details. Yep. Gunmetal color on a blade. Is that even legal? I might be breaking some unwritten rule here. But I'm assuming you can use gunmetal as well, the color name that is, for different things. Oh wow, it's done now. What's good on Demir? Is the music volume okay, by the way, guys? Not too loud? It's a little bit loud on my end, but I can just I can just slide the volume down a little bit. If it's not correct on stream, please let me know. I am definitely going to be highlighting this some with some Vallejo Model Air Silver though. I've recently started using that stuff after reading about it for like a year. I was like, it can't be that nice. It's pretty dang nice, dude. You gonna hear me loud and clear? Perfect. Obviously want to be careful that I don't accidentally splash on top of any of the stuff I've already painted. It's likely going to happen at some point, but... I'd like to avoid it, if I can. Metallic paints in particular are a little bit annoying to cover up if you make them, or if you make a mistake with them. It's pretty, I don't know, they're shiny. They have little metallic flakes, so you need to cover it with a fully opaque paint. You can't just glaze it away. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. Just paint it kind of slowly here. Mini is coming along though, man. We're getting there. I should look up some Molotov liquid chrome sometimes. That shit is crazy. It is actually shiny enough to reflect. Really? I heard the Pro Acryl ones are really good. I've never used those, but I've seen some people on the internet say that specifically the gold from Pro Acryl is awesome. And then also the copper from Pro Acryl. But I don't know. I have regular Vallejo Silver. I know that the Air model is thinned down version of the regular paints. I'm wondering if there's any difference. I think there is a difference, actually. I've seen some people discuss that it is actually a straight up different paint, but I don't really know. It's a bit confusing because it's all the same brand and it's got like a name that's 99% the same, but people on the internet at least were claiming that it is a different paint altogether. Maybe it's just a different medium? I don't know. What's up, Ramble? Am I late? I was talking to... No, you're not late, dude. A viewer is never late, Alter Break Force. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. The Molotov stuff comes in a pen? Ooh, I like brush. Can I do brush? I've seen some people use acrylic pens lately, though. Maybe I'm an old man, but I don't really like the idea. I can break it open like a barbarian. Sick. I always wanted to be a barbarian. Barbarian assault, that's where you get your fighter torso, you know what I mean? No? Alright. RuneScape? No? No? Nobody? Okay, fine. Okay, we got a little coat on there. It's pretty dang shiny. It's also quite light. I think what I'm actually going to do is just mix in some straight black. I want it to be a bit darker than this. We'll mix in a little bit of this. RuneScaper yells at Cloud. Look, you grew up in the Netherlands, Ramble. The fact that you are not an active RuneScape player, I mean, it's disappointing. It's disappointing. I need it to be a bit darker, so I'll mix in a bit of the black. You're not a nerd? Ah, that's why. Sorry, I didn't... Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to make that assumption. That's better. Only nerds play RuneScape, it's very true. I've played very little RuneScape though as of late. I'm losing the addiction, guys. I know, you're all very sad about it. I think over the last half year, I've only logged maybe 10 hours of RuneScape. I still consider myself a RuneScape player, but like, am I really? You know what I mean? Like, categorically, I might no longer be. But I still have a running subscription, so, you know, I got that going for me. So much XP wasted. Yeah. You are not wrong. Even though you're not a nerd, you do have the mind of one. Huge compliment. Thank you for understanding my struggles. Okay. So we'll add some, have I reached everything in old school RuneScape? No, no, no. It's an MMORPG. It's like asking, have you finished World of Warcraft? I mean, sure, maybe, but also not really, no. I have green-logged one of the bosses in the game, which means that I've got every drop from those particular bosses. The only thing is that there are hundreds. What's going on, Martivus? No, RuneScape is one of those games you can never finish. It finishes you, not the other way around. Hey, thank you so much, Facilio. First sub of the day, let's go. Thank you. I appreciate you, thank you. Okay, we'll let that dry for a little bit. I have some pictures on my website if you're interested, Clueless.
Morning.
What's going on, Melda Frost? Thank you very much. If you go to loco.tv/minis, there is a little overview over there. Want to be real careful with this part. I have finished, or all the minis that I've really been happy with, I have posted onto my Instagram. If you go to instagram.com/locotv, there is a nice, if you scroll a little bit, there's a lot of them. A little difficult to see. A little bit difficult to paint here, but I think we're good. Yeah, not bad. The Leviathan. Which one? The Dreadnought? I like the Leviathan Dreadnought quite a bit myself. Hey, thank you. That one has a lot of battle damage. Okay, we'll let that dry for a minute too. You think okay, thank you, dude. I have it right over here. It's right behind me. This one's way smaller though. Like, I don't know if the scale sometimes is relevant on stream. Like, I don't know if you can tell. But it's a slightly different vibe, just a little bit. Yeah, these things are actually kind of sharp. Like, it's pretty cool. Okay, well, I have to shade all of this down too. Now I'm gonna use a little bit of Basilicanum Gray, which is a contrast paint. I'll dilute it a little bit with some medium, but also with some water. And we'll try to make the blade quite dark at this point. I'll also put this, I think, at the base of the spikes on the back of the hand. I do need to make sure that it's fully dry though. Let me just hit it with the blow dryer real quick. He looks chubby. A little bit of a chubber. Okay. What's up, Shiny? I'm gonna dull it down for now, Shiny, but I will make it shiny later, okay? You're moving? Little time for painting at the moment? Oof. Oof. Big oof. Do you have the room to create a dedicated painting space in your new home? I was gonna say move and home at the same time. In your new moon? Mini painting doesn't take a whole lot of space. Do need a bit of room though. We'll make this part over here the sharp edge. You can extend the disc. Nice. A bigger painting disc, low hot? That's low hot, dude. What's going on, Omar? Trying to make it very dark and metallic. Still a little bit of shine in there. That's good. Same over here for those spikes. Mostly want to think about a recess shading here. We'll try to brighten it back up towards the top later. We could definitely add some blood as well to this mini, actually. How do we feel about adding blood to this? Maybe, maybe. This blade in general is a bit funky, to be honest. Compared to most of the minis that I've painted, this is not usually what the blades look like. Can't go wrong with blood. Dang, you're on a list now, dude. Sorry, Diaboli. Sorry, dude. It is what it is. Let me just pull up my my notes real quick for... I've been making notes like a nerd. For my Auric that I painted previously, how exactly did I do the metal armor? Or the blades, rather. Okay. How about some rot? We can have, yeah, we can definitely add some rot as well. Not a bad idea. So I want this to be the cutting edge of the blade over here, right? Gotta try and make sure that we don't go too crazy with highlights on any of the other parts. I guess this over here can also be part of the cutting blade. We can add a little bit of an edge highlight. There we go. A little bit of rust would also not be out of place. Trying to do a little bit of edge highlighting. We'll have to do multiple stages of this, but mostly just following the edges. Wouldn't be a mini painting stream without it. There we go. Not me tuning in, well, this is just not fair. It looks so much better than the last stream. Not acknowledging that I didn't see the whole stream, see where you left off. I've been, yeah, so last stream I did the red cloak. And some of the patches in like a greenish color. I'm very happy with how this is coming along so far, Matt. Happy to hear you're slightly jealous. That's good. That means I'm on the right track. Cloak is insane. Hey, thanks. I wasn't sure about it yesterday until I applied the varnish at the very end because it was very shiny. The shine made it look way worse. I brushed on a little bit of AK Ultra Matte. And that suddenly made everything look way better. It's a bit of a weird blade. Like, this whole blade is just kind of strange. It's probably some lore reason or some shit, but I don't know. This whole blade just looks funky to me. We can add increasing amounts, I think, of like silver into the mix to brighten things up. What's going on, Dylan? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome. I'm assuming Dylan was doing a bit of miniature painting too. He does that from time to time. Every once in a while. Hope you guys had a good one. I am working on my Death Guard Plague Marine. I don't paint armies, I just paint individual minis. I've never painted a Death Guard mini before. And I am giving it a shot. I'm scared to varnish, says Sinosian, because how it can change things. Oh yeah. So if you're a little concerned about it, if you use like a spray can, I have read some horror stories of spray can varnishes. I have personally not used one before. You can airbrush them on. What I did for this one particularly though, is just use a brush. Like I just grabbed a little bit of this stuff and then I diluted it down with a bit of water and I just applied it on the armor pieces, as well as the cloak. And then I avoided the metallics. Yeah, I've read some horror stories of spray can varnish. Just brush it on, just dilute it with a bit of water and then go at it. What's good on Dylan? Thank you so much, man, for the 42 months. That's the answer to the life, the universe, and everything. Very nice. Very nice. Ooh, wow. You didn't shake yours enough and it became glossy instead of matte? Yes, that is absolute key with pretty much everything painting related, but especially with varnish. Shake it, dude. We all know you've been practicing this motion for a long time, all right? Use it to your advantage. That seemed necessary, I apologize. Gonna try and shade it a little bit more on the opposite end. The Ultra Matte is extremely matte, so you do have to think about whether or not you want it, because it can actually mute some of the colors a bit. I like this stuff. Maybe somebody in the chat has one they like. This is the one that I see pop up quite a bit on the internet though. So it's the AK Ultra Matte. I don't think you, like, I don't know. If you don't need to, spray can seems suboptimal. There's really no particular reason to use spray can varnish, unless you want to quickly varnish a whole army or whatever. All right, I'll start mixing in little bits of this stuff. Vallejo Model Air Silver. This is the shiniest paint that I know. I just need like the tiniest amount, because if I mix it into the other color, it actually just straight up overpowers it. It's insane. This shit is so shiny. I'm gonna switch to a bit of a smaller brush as well. So I'm gonna mix this a little bit into the previous gunmetal color. And I wanna try and see if I can create some like, what do we call them? Striations? Like, I don't know, we wanna create little vertical stripes across the sharp edge of the blade, if possible. I might need a little bit more in the mix. Maybe I should try to shade this down a tad. Yeah, I don't think anything is happening there. Maybe it's already a bit too shiny though. Maybe I need to shade the whole thing down. Yeah, I think the whole thing needs to be slightly... It's a bit too shiny at the moment. We can't really create a bit of coloring. We use a bit of non-oil. I think that's nice. Basilicanum gray is going to be a bit too much. I don't want the... I'm making it a bit too pristine, I think, so far. I don't really want this blade to be too clean. Because it's a freaking Chaos Space Marine. We can have a little bit of... we can have a little bit of messiness. Yep, let's let that dry for a minute or two. I'll do this as well actually at the base of the spikes here. Get a little bit of color variety in there. Don't really need to do it all the way around, because the bottom parts are a little difficult to reach. They are nearly black as it is anyways. Can't shade black very easily. It's difficult to pull off, believe it or not. Hard to go darker, yeah. While we wait for this to dry though, maybe this is a good moment to actually mix in the, or base coat rather, the other part. The chainmail. You made a game where Loco stars as Grubby? Huh. Believe it or not, Grubby and me are two different people. I think. Most of the time, anyways. Okay, let's see. I want to make sure that we get a nice bit of contrast here as well. Between the blade. So I'm trying to go a little bit brighter on the blade for now. Between the metallics we were painting for the weapon and the spikes. And then also the chainmail here. Probably going to take a couple of coats. I want to dilute this down quite a bit because I need it to run into the little chains. Maybe I should have done this over like a black base coat. Maybe that would look nicer. Oh well. If we're going for an opaque color, I guess it's fine. Oh, did we have hair in the camera? Did I go full nerd? Sometimes I assume my My golem posture. I should try and avoid that. We'll swear it on the precious. That's me. Gotta be a bit careful. It's one of my favorite parts, actually, in the entirety of The Lord of the Rings. The moment where Gollum has to swear that he is not going to hurt Frodo anymore, but he has nothing to prove it with. And the fact that Tolkien decided to swear it, like have him swear it on the precious, is kind of brilliant. Because he's got nothing, he doesn't have anything. Okay. Don't get it onto the red. Don't get it onto the red. Don't get it onto the red cloak. Don't get it onto the red cloak. I mean, I'm gonna have to paint right next to it though, so wish me luck. Good enough. Damn it, shiny. So freaking shiny. Way too shiny. We'll have to make it shiny first before we can make it not shiny, okay? I think I'll use some good old Agrex for this. I could manually shade every single one of these little cells, but I don't think that'll look nice. Well, it would look nice, but it would take hours upon hours upon hours. Hey, what is going on, Caston? Welcome back, dude. Hope all is well. Thank you for your continued support. Hope all is nice. Oh, I got a tiny little bit onto the green. I am with the smelly boys, Caston. Ever since I started painting this mini, I've also stopped bathing. Showering is now entirely optional. Papa Nurgle taught me so. Think of the amount of water I save. You can tell by my nails. I know. Terrible. Terrible, amateur. Please forgive me. I'll dig a hole in the backyard tomorrow just to like make sure that my nails are extra dirty. Is that how it goes, Mr. Shine? Do tabletop players not get to shower? I had no idea. One of the rules of tabletop is to never shower, huh? Who needs hygiene when you can paint miniatures instead? Can you paint miniatures in the shower? It's difficult, eh? Not easily done. Is it actually bad? I remember early gaming tournaments that I used to go to back in the day. They did smell. It was not good. Nobody wants to be there at like a day 4 of a dream hack. But over the years, in general, it has gotten better. But I don't know if that's also the case with tabletop these days. Either that or the ventilation in the buildings have gotten better, I don't know. Either way, it's not as smelly as it used to be. Tabletop players are mostly normal dudes these days. Mostly. To be fair, if you want to play an entire tabletop army, it is kind of expensive, so you may have to go out and get a real job and all that too. If you want to play multiple armies, ay. A lot of engineering dudes, huh? They are playing with little dolls. Excuse me, it's not a doll, it's a plastic soldier that I paint with little small brushes, okay? I do need to paint the back of this part too, which is going to be a little bit annoying. Technically an optional part to paint, I guess, but if I can see it, I do want to try and paint it. Dangerous part. Wedging the brush in between all of these little sections. Music is appropriate. It's like we're walking in, I don't know, a public market somewhere in the Middle East. Okay. Well, hit this with the blow dryer too. Nobody can see that part. I can see it, Caston. Or Knut, rather, sorry. Didn't mean to shout at you, Caston. No, when he's glued down, this is gonna be pretty much invisible. I feel attacked. Good. No. Just for you, Caston, I will go ahead and use the blow dryer. Enjoy. Okay. I hope that makes it up, dude. I didn't mean to shout at you. What's up, Imba Locust? It's very shiny, eh? Oh, yeah. Too shiny. Sorry, Shiny, I didn't mean to say you're too much. I'm just, oh my god, I'm offending everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and use a little bit of Agrex Earthshade all over it. Sorry, Shiny, sorry. I'm not saying you're too much, I'm saying the miniature is too shiny. This is not the strongest shade, but it is a brown wash. So it's a little bit, it's a very runny paint. And it should settle nicely in all of these little recessed parts. And there's a lot of those on the chainmail. So hopefully that will draw it more in line with the rest of the armor, because I don't want it to be too shiny. Glittery. I need a synonym for the word shiny. Okay. Sparkly. Okay. Reflective. Ooh, nice one. It's a lot of synonyms for shiny. I feel like none of them really cover it as perfectly though as the word shiny. What are we listening today? I don't know. I'm listening to a cinematic travel playlist on Epidemic Sound. So I guess we're going all over the world with this. And with the current songs, we've landed somewhere in the Middle East. Is this a good guy or a bad guy? He's the goodest guy, Acro. I don't know if there is such a thing as a good guy really in Warhammer lore in particular, but this is definitely one of the good guys, 100%. No doubt about it. Good and evil is all relative. I don't think there's any good guy in Warhammer. Well, there's a couple individuals, but as far as the entire army goes, or any of the different factions, I don't think there is a good versus evil. It's all evil versus evil. Eldar are super good? Oh yeah. The Eldar never do anything questionable. They just bestow upon their enemies the highest honor of pain. Needs to be pointed out, dude. That's pretty generous of them. The Salamanders are the good guys? Good. Okay, so that makes it a whole lot less shiny. Maybe I can add a little bit of this as well, actually, to the tops of the plate. No, I think I'm gonna leave that, actually. We'll let this shape paint dry, and then we'll add a little bit of shine back to it in a bit. Let's try and go back to the blade. I want to try and get some straight lines across the cutting edge of the blade. Trying to create a little bit of texture. We'll go brighter with every step. Maybe I'll just go straight to the very bright stuff. Good enough, good enough. Try and add a little bit of a highlight across the edge. As far as your question goes, though, this is one of the Chaos Space Marines, generally considered to be the bad guys. But from their perspective, they're not. From their perspective, the Imperium are the bad guys, so, you know. But these are not loyalist Space Marines. They're united in their hate. Yeah, it's not the most exciting weapon in the world, but I don't really see exactly how we can make it any more exciting. It's not bad. We can add blood to it if we want, but I don't know if that's gonna make it any better. Yeah. We can add some scratches, I guess, as well. On the other side of the blade. Just to make it look a little bit more realistic. Yeah, I don't really want blood on every single one of the minis with a sword necessarily, if that makes sense. But maybe it is nice. Who knows? Maybe I should go with some rust and all that instead for now. Rather than... He hasn't drawn it yet? Right. I do want a couple of pure dots of the silver though. I like the sharpest spots. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Let's add some highlights as well to the spikes over here on the side. What's going on, Beinsturk? Trying to add some tiny little highlights, moving towards the top. You're getting the keys to your new apartment today. Let's go, dude. Hype. That's fun. It's fun until you actually have to move and you're like, oh god. What's going on, Shot and Bliss? Gonna mix in a little bit of the silver as well into the previous highlight color before moving on to pure silver. Trying to stay within the previous line. I'll add one more, what the heck. Okay, and then we want to have a little bit of the pure silver towards the tip. But like, I mean, only the tip. It's so hard to decide which faction to pick. My friend wants to paint a kill team so we can play together, trying to decide what to go for. I think you should go for whatever think you look cool. Like, well, whatever you think is the visually the coolest. A lot of folks will chase meta or whatever, but I think whatever you are most excited about painting or playing is definitely the way to go. I think, as far as Spearhead goes, that's Age of Sigmar, right? The Auric box is awesome. I love the Auric box. Or did you say kill team? I don't remember what you said. Okay, I think the spikes are looking pretty nice. So I've added some silver highlights to the 3 spikes on the back of his hand. It's 40k? Okay, okay. I think the spikes look awesome. I think the spikes are cool like this. They're very shiny. They actually look sharp. Do they look sharp on camera? They actually look like they could cut you. I'm gonna add a little bit more of the shading though towards the bottom of it. Mostly because it makes sense for the tops to be sharper than the bottoms, right? We can try and blend out some of the inconsistencies a bit. Try to make the transition a little bit less sharp. But leave it with pure silver towards the top, towards the tips. Okay. Let that dry for a minute. I think we need to add a little bit more shading over here as well. Maybe in general we can add a little bit more shading onto the blade. Yeah, not bad. How did I get into Warhammer painting? I had a bunch of people that I know that are always talking about it. And I figured, you know what, let's give it a shot. It's very fun. I don't really know too much about the Death Guard lore. No, I'm afraid not. I'm not exactly sure what their issue is. I just really like the model. I always think this model has been cool. I've got another one too, that I also like. So in a way, this is kind of like a test model to be painting first. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I've got Typhus as well. This is a crazy mini, dude. This one is a little bit more complex, I think. Oh, this one's already complex, if I'm being honest with you. There's a lot of moving parts. But yeah. Will I tell you the story of their lore? Okay, so basically what happened, I have no idea, but I'm assuming their daddy, also known as a Primarch, was like, yo, this is cool. And then he decided to go a little bit far, and then he basically took his entire legion with him. Oh, I've been reading a lot of the Warhammer books. I just haven't really gotten to Death Guard yet. But I think that's probably about the general gist of it, yeah. Okay. I would like to add a little bit of the shine back to the chainmail. So, not quite an entirely dry brush, but I do want a mostly dry brush. I wipe most of the paint off into a piece of paper, and I'll try to like run the brush a little bit over some of the raised edges here. I don't know if I have enough on my paint, or on my brush right now. Yeah, add a little bit of a shine back. Trying to run the brush mostly across the tops of these little rings. Should be good. We'll add some rust and all that in a moment. I think that'll look, that'll make it look all a little bit tidier. Very little pressure. Finally, I'm painting again. I've been painting quite a bit, man. I didn't paint for a couple days, but I paint in general quite a lot. Welcome, welcome. You do the reverse rust method. Reverse rust. What does that mean? Enlighten me, good sir. generally I just dab a little bit of paint in things with rust. You paint the orange and brown first and then dry brush the silver on the top? Oh, interesting, okay. I guess that'll work out similarly, right? I tend to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth between a lot of steps a lot. Which is maybe a little time waste, but... Okay, I'm gonna just inspect every single one of the little rings. I need to make sure that we have a nice bit of paint at the bottom of them before we add some of the rust. Painting chainmail is so quick, dude. It's kind of satisfying. Yeah. Honestly, I think if we add rust to all of this, we'll be pretty much done with it. I don't think I really want the chainmail to be too shiny. So I'll leave the shiniest paint off for the other part. Like for the blade, that is, and for the claws on the back. I'll add a little bit of rust with both of these. A little bit of Mournfang Brown for like old rust. And then a little bit of fresh rust from the Army Painter. This is a slightly textured paint actually, which looks kind of nice. We'll add a little bit of a relatively chill brown. Should I go slightly brighter maybe? Yeah, I'll go with a bit of Scrag Brown instead. Because we already have some copper. I think the dark brown is just gonna look, it's gonna mostly look like copper. I do want to make sure that the paint is dry though. So you know what that means? You know what that means, guys. What a day. Again, that was like the third time in one stream. Woo! Crazy. Okay, I want to add a little bit of the diluted Scrag Brown as a rust effect. Especially in like the chainmail, I think that makes a lot of sense. So I'm just gonna kind of dab it in there a little bit. This is actually maybe the more fresh rust color. Maybe I should use a slightly darker brown as well. I think I will. Yo, Panic Switched. What's going on, dude? Welcome back. Hope you're well. Your Johnson will be returned to you soon. Hell yeah, dude. You love to hear it. The American healthcare system is truly fascinating, Panic. You just drop off your Johnson and then somebody touches it up for you? I'm gonna add some as well to the blade. Mostly in any of the recessed parts. It's like a couple of areas over here where I feel like moisture would accumulate. I feel like you mentioned Lionel Johnson a long time ago. Yeah, you mentioned this months ago, no? Am I crazy? Well, happy to hear it's almost back. I'll use a little bit of a darker rust color as well. You built a life-size chainsword and a bolter in the meantime? Dang. I'll mix it a little bit of Morn Frang. A life-size chainsword and bolter? Thank you, Mr. Aries. This is the Mornifang brown, which is a lot darker. Well, a little bit darker anyways.
Low prime.
What's going on, Vingali? Thank you so much. Welcome. Does it look like real rust yet, guys? Is it too shiny still? Wonder if it's all a little too shiny. Maybe I need to add a little bit more of a wash on top of it too in some sections. I always tend to go pretty far on weathering. Rarely do I feel like I go too far, but I wonder if I've gone too far now. Yeah. I think it looks pretty nice overall. At least the orange makes it tie in a lot better with everything else going on. Maybe I should add some blood to the blade. I feel like that plain edge is kind of boring. Big decisions. How will we ever be able to decide? I'm gonna mix in just a little bit of Agrex too. Just to deepen some of the shade. Would it lore-wise make sense for... I don't really know how the Death Guard fight. Do they use these little guys for their fighting for them? I don't know how it works. Like, is he in a commanding position at the moment where he's like telling the guys go attack? Or how does this... I guess that doesn't necessarily mean he can't have blood on his blade, but I'm just trying to think here if there is a chance that it wouldn't make sense for him to have blood on his blade at this point. The Nurglings join in, but they act as familiars? Okay. So he is on the front line then, right? They're stinky? Relatable, Rain. Me too. Oh, wow. Dang, you weren't kidding. These are huge. Huh. That's pretty sick, dude. Imperator? Huh. That's cool. I like that. Did you make them out of wood? Like, how did you... I guess it's painted wood, right? Oh, it's 3D printed. Ah. Very cool. Yeah, that's neat. It's also nice when people come over, you know? You're like, so these are my... Fun fact, the red sword / bolter is for a mutual friend of ours? Oh, shit! Whose would that be? I'm afraid I do not know immediately. Tracy! Oh, interesting. Cool. Huh. That is cool. We can add a bit of blood to the tip, maybe. Just a little bit. Like he just jammed it into somebody's back or something. Yeah, I think the rust is good as it is, right? We don't really need to go any further with the rust. Do we need to add more shine back to the chainmail? Or do you think the chainmail is good like this? Yeah, we can add a little bit of shine back maybe in some spots, just as variety goes. I'll get a tiny little bit on my brush. Having friends? I know, that's kind of cringe, honestly. Out of friend once? He plays League of Legends now, chat. I don't recommend it. You're just gonna get hurt. What if you have a friend who turns out to be a Protoss? What if he likes to play Protoss? It's not right. It is not right. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of good old blood for the blood god. Goop it on there, man. I actually need to put a little, yeah, we'll do that later. Dude, I was there today. My friend started playing Protoss, Shake. Don't recommend that at all. Horus is probably a Protoss player. Okay, blood. I'll focus it towards the tip. But just the tip. Maybe mix in like a little bit of Agrex or something to make it a little bit browner. Make it look a little bit more dried and gross. Pus? I will add some pus as well to his legs over here. Like he has a bunch of pustules over there on the leg. So we'll definitely add some pus in that sense. Okay. I think I need to add a little bit more shading to some of these little cells on the chainmail. Not 100% happy with them yet. Especially over there in that little line. The little sections in between the chains. It's gonna focus? Yeah. I would also love to have a little tiny line in between here. Just to sort of separate the cloak and the chainmail a bit. Almost like a dark line in between the two different parts. This particular brush is a miniature Winsor & Newton size 1, Series 7. I like this one a lot for tiny highlights, although a lot of folks hate these brushes, so I don't know. Your mileage may vary. But this particular one is a Winsor & Newton Series 7, and then specifically the miniature. For this entire mini so far, I've used only, I think, these two brushes. So a Rosemary & Co. size 1, Series 33, and then a size 1 Winsor & Newton. So you can kind of see the different tips. The top one being the miniature brush. So it is, it's nice for like tiny highlights and stuff and little scratches and whatnot, but it doesn't hold a lot of paint. Like it doesn't have much of a belly. But they're kind of nice for some specific parts though. Definitely wash your brushes, yes. It doesn't take that long, man. Some people pretend that washing their brushes is like a big deal. It takes a lot of time. It doesn't take that long. It just takes like 10 seconds. Okay, maybe 30. I'll paint these little clips over here at the very top. Where it seems to be hammered into the chainmail, or into the shoulder piece rather. And I'll mix in a tiny little bit of the shiny silver. Okay. All right, I think that is the chainmail and the blade, as well as the spikes on the back of his hand done. Any improvements, chat? Anything we should change? No, I think it's looking pretty good. Just gooping up a second layer of blood. Yeah, maybe I'll go back onto the copper. I didn't do the copper details today, I did those the other day. I added some verdigris to them. Maybe I'll add some more later on, but... So, obviously, we still will have to paint the head at some point in the future. Pretty cool head. And then we also still have to paint the base with the little nurgling right over there. What's going on, Dagno? I think I made some good progress again today. So next time around, what should we paint next time? I'm thinking we need to paint definitely the pustules on the feet. He doesn't have that many, I don't think, but there's a bunch of them over on this leg that I would like to paint, mostly just because that would finish off the little part. Hey, thank you, Dagno. Yeah, I did the blade today and then the chainmail. And then the spikes on the back of his hand. We still have some other iron details to work on. Like, for example, there's a bunch of them on the backpack. And obviously the bolter. Maybe we'll do the bolter next. Also, this little part over here, on the back of his leg, that little bridge-looking thing, whatever, like the little ladder, that is also metallic. So we'll just have to go around and pick out some of those little details. And obviously the little... Yeah, I think we'll do maybe the gun next time around. Or at least part of it. Because it's going to be a little bit of work. I did drill the barrel hole, by the way. I did drill the barrel. By default, all of the Warhammer minis do not have drilled barrels. I don't know why, but they never do. You have to do it, man. When you paint minis, you gotta drill the barrel. It's only reasonable. A little too blue for my liking. Okay, cool, GG. I'm gonna go ahead and take a minute to wash my brushes downstairs. And then we'll do a little bit of StarCraft, guys. I'll be back in a minute.